I brush my hair. I ask for money. This is a normal stream, it seems. Typical stream. Typical stream. I beg for money. I beg for money when I can. Boo 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 where I needed. You know, it's a fun time. It's a fun time. Oh. Some purists might be super angry about me doing this. Some Puritanian people might be super angry about me doing something like that. So I won't. I'll be super close to the mic. Oh. Wait, how do I... Super close to the microphone. How's that? Some people are super mad about the microphone being like this, coming from... I don't even know. I think it's fine. But I did see people complaining about it. What a thing to complain about, the placement of the microphone in relation to... in relation to my desk. As if there was absolutely nothing else to complain about. Oh no. All right. We've got 3 people here. Amazing. What an achievement. Hmm. Well, since nobody's here, I'm gonna start with a game anyway. I might as well check things. Might as well check things in real time if you'd be interested in listening about it. TVP. Let me check my email, by the way. Hello, Capo. Oh my gosh, Capo is in the side chat. Hello. Now we have to start with a game. What games do you like, Capo? Do you like Civilization 6? I've been enjoying some Civilization 6 as of late. Is that the type of game that you enjoy? Have you ever heard of... Capo, have you ever heard of Manor Lords? Have you ever heard... Greenland ready to cooperate with US on defense and mining on its own terms. Oh, Greenland is bending the knee to Emperor Trump. Oh no, I promise no politics yet. Okay, so I'm just doing a little bit of research. Hello, Dr. Johns. Everybody's white. I can't believe. Okay, I'm... New news. New news. Warsaw's Madame Butterfly celebrates 25 years of artistic excellence at the Polish National Opera. Exciting. Poland has its own Madame Butterfly and she's living her best life. I'm super not into RTS. I mean, Civilization is the opposite of an RTS. It's a turn-based grand strategy game. What is Shapes? Hello, Greater Ain't. What? What the hell does that even mean? These are such empty slogans that I'm seeing in the Polish defense minister wants to unleash the EU military industry in 2025. We will unleash the military. What does that even mean? Right now, it's locked under, little lock and key. But in 2025, we're gonna unleash. It's like Sonic Unleashed, but it's Poland. Yeah. Unleash. Jesus. Love it. I'm loving it. It's like Sonic Unleashed. Yes. We could play a oh, maybe we could. Why not? Let's start with this. Poland is going to transform into a war Poland. Oh no, that would as far as I understand, that one was not very good. We might look into the fire as well. We might also check out the fires. We might check out the fire. Where's the blue stream and Turk stream? All right. Why do people on the spectrum like Sonic so much? Because Sonic is cool. Also, I'm actually not on the spectrum. I'm actually not on the spectrum, believe it or not. Okay, okay. Oh, you're right. You know what? You know what? Grey Rant, you're right. We're not gonna play. We're not gonna play Sonic. We're gonna play. We're gonna play. We're gonna play Manor Lords. Okay. You want me to play Manor Lords instead? Let's start a poll. Manor Lords to start off this. Yes. No. Greater Rain, time to start the Uncat. Nobody's answering in the YouTube chat because nobody's in the YouTube chat. But what if? Oh, I like to like my own stream. Well, what if? Okay, what if you started one in? Uh, did you know that there was a new patch to Manor Lords? Did you know that Manor Lords have had a new patch, and it's pretty exciting stuff. Uh, Raid Project Zomboid. Let's watch you get killed and eaten over and over and over again. I've played Project Zomboid with Karasu Kafka. If Karasu Kafka was here, then maybe we could play Project Zomboid, but Karasu Kafka is not here, so we won't. Those are my demands, okay? Those are my... what's it called? Conditions. Winning conditions. Wait, what won? What won? Did Manor Lords win? Do you know how good of a game Manor Lords are? Do you know Settlers? Oh, I will be so disappointed if people say I do not know what the Settlers are. The Settlers is such a good game. Please tell me you know what the Settlers are. Don't be like this. Don't be like this, please. I know Settlers of Catan. No, come on. You don't know the Settlers? Do I have to play the Settlers now on stream to teach you a lesson? Okay, I will. I will play the Settlers, okay? I'm not gonna... I don't even... Listen, I... What's this? Oh, oh, ho, 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 ho. Oh. Lucy usually makes me pay her to play games. Well, you're white. You're white, Dr. Jones, so I don't know what to say. First of all, I said own games, 19 owned games. Oh wow, I own 19 games on good old games. So I guess if Steam goes under and I lose all of my games on Steam, I will still have the pleasure of owning 19 games. Isn't that cool? Once we lose all of our games that we do not own on Steam, because that is how Steam works, we will have the undoubtable pleasure of owning whatever we actually bought on Good Old Games. Okay? Do you want a Teen Agent? Oh my god. Teen Agent. Teen Agent. Oh, I also want to show you Teen Agent. Oh my god, now I want to show you Teen Agent. Do you know CD Projekt? Like, raise your hands if you know CD Projekt. A little company called CD Projekt. Ouch. Surely some of you knows CD Projekt, huh? No, nope. What? Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. They made the game that has 2 penner options. Cyberpunk. That's right. It's the famous company that has made the acclaimed game called... Yes, CD... What did you think I said? What did you think I said? CD. Okay, thank you. CD, not city. I didn't say city. City Project. I said CD. CD, yeah. CD nuts. Exactly. Couple gets it. Oh my god. CD's nuts. Yes. Yes, exactly. What? Like, I don't even... Got him. That's right. Got him. So, okay, you've ruined my honor, and now you will pay, okay? I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say you've brought this on yourselves, okay? You've brought this on yourselves. You said, oh, settlers? What the hell is a settlers? Oh, the hell's a settlers? I've never heard of a settlers. Why the hell is this game so quiet?
The Tortius is on course, driven by a wind from the southwest. Tomorrow, we will have crossed the treacherous sea of storms. If all goes well, we will have...
You don't even know how offended I feel by the fact that you don't know what the settlers are.
The second entry on the evening of the same day. Clouds.
You don't even know how offended I feel.
We are still on the sea of storms. I am praying to all the gods. We are expecting a long and dark night.
Where's the... This does not work. That's
the
it.
morning entry for the 18th day in the month of Mars. The storm pounced upon us like a predator in the night, and I had to throw out the drag anchor. For 4 terrible nights, the wind drove us deep into the darkness. The lookout was the first to notice the danger when a lightning bolt illuminated the fatally close rocks.
I feel offended, deeply offended. There you go. I think this is the most offensive thing the chat has ever done to me. Not to know the settlers. Lucy, my sorrow knows no bounds, for I have not gotten my way today. What do you mean? Black screen is peak content. Thank you, Dr. Johns. I always knew you'd like it. I did it for you. Okay? This is the content that I've tailored especially for you.
And the island appears to be fruitful. We still do not know if we are the only
That is
people
the
here.
content that I've tailored especially for you. Alright. I'm gonna... Ouch. Yeah, if you can get Karasu in here, we're gonna play Project Zomboid, okay? Now we play Settlers. If you said, oh yeah, Settlers, pfft, of course I know what the Settlers are. I would have been like, oh okay, I guess we can play Project Zomboid then. Okay? But no! What you said was, huh? Settlers? What the hell are the Settlers? Yeah, believe it or not, Dr. Johns, Settlers 2 is still the Settlers. Okay? Believe it or not, the Settlers 2 does not stop being the Settlers, okay? Okay? Do you know what the Settlers is? Yes, you want me to go back and play the first one? Is that it? I meant the series, okay? If I asked you, hey, do you know what Final Fantasy is? And then, I don't know, opened up Final Fantasy VIII, would you be like, excuse me, this is not Final Fantasy, this is Final Fantasy VIII. Oh, god damn it. I don't even know. Excuse me, you asked us if I knew what Final Fantasy was, but you opened up Final Fantasy VIII. I guess you're a fake gamer. Okay, we're playing the Roman campaign. I don't care. Off we go. You're gonna pay, okay, for your racism towards me. Like, basically not knowing what the settlers are is like tantamount to racism against me. Why is this game so big? I'm gonna educate you. Also, has Karasu answered? No, of course not. 4th day after shipwreck. Yesterday, all the survivors, because that's how German people, not German, that's how Roman people talk, okay? Roman people have the British accent. That is how all the Roman people speak. Diary of Octavius. Oh my gosh. Dr. Octopus. Because I think Karasu's asleep. I think Karasu's asleep. That's why I said of course not. I think Karasu's asleep. It's like after 11. Usually Karasu's asleep at this time. I think. Maybe. It's been an intense week. Okay, yesterday, all the survivors met in order to discuss the situation. Because there is no prospect of an early rescue, we decided to settle on this foreign island. The items salvaged from the ship will be a great help to us. The most important thing is to make us use of the raw materials on the island in order to establish a settlement. We urgently need accommodations for a woodcutter, carpenter, and stonesmason. Build accommodations for a woodcutter, carpenter, and a stonemason. I wish you cannot sleep. Romans go home. Never, Vladimir. Vladimir, what did you think of my grand, big collaboration in Settlers 6? Did you enjoy? Did you enjoy my big collaborative effort? Listen, people say that I should reach out and do stuff with other streamers. I did with two streamers. Were you not happy? Age of Mythology? I know of Age of Mythology. Okay, let's build. Alright. So I click here, right? And I select woodcutter, right? Because there's like a... Right? And then I do the road. See? I connect the road, see? And now these guys will come out and they will build the thing. Isn't this a cool game? Like, oh my god, the fact that you did not know this game, I'm like, why? How could you not know this game? How could anyone not know this game? I'm so disappointed. You would not even believe how disappointed I am. My disappointment knows no bounds. Look at this. Look, the planks are being like stuff. Okay, we're gonna do the quarry, okay? Cool? Amazing? Look at this. Would you look at this, okay? We're playing the settlers. Lucy, Age of Mythology also has resource gathering. Isn't Age of Mythology more like I don't have Age of Mythology though. Karasu responded. Oh ho ho ho. Yeah, well, she might have responded, but will she want to play? That's a whole other thing, isn't it? Will Karasu want to play? That's a whole different ball game, isn't it? Later. There you go. I've been slain by the greatest enemy of the gamer, the greatest nemesis of every 24-hour streamer or game. Wait, what? What have you been slain by? Listen, I have given you the co-op. I have given you the co-op of the century, okay? The Civilization 6 big thing, okay? I have given you the biggest collab that you can, you know, by collabing with the 2 streamers that do Ukraine stuff all the time, okay? I did it. I did it for you, Vladimir, and nobody else. I explicitly only did it for you. And then they kicked you out. Actually, no. They didn't kick me out, first of all. What do you mean they kicked me out? No, they kicked everybody who was not from the US out. Thank you very much, Dr. Johns. Don't twist it into something that it's not, okay? Don't twist it like a pretzel. Everybody that was not from the US got kicked out. Okay? Because of the ping. I know, right? Going to rewatch later. Thank you. Okay? If you want me to have better Civilization 6 collaborations, then I guess donate and I'll go to the US just to have a Civilization 6 game without ping. There you go. I make you this personal promise. Where's the... What do I do now? Hut? What's the hut? Oh, right. Oh my gosh, I forgot. Oh gosh. No, there's no... Oh, sawmill. That's right. So let's build a sawmill somewhere. Wait, I cannot? Why I cannot connect it? That's silly. Oh, that's so silly. Well, whatever. Lucy, you could come to Florida. I could. I could. Listen, if I ever visit the US, I will come to Florida. Maryland. Maryland would be my base of operation. It would be my base of operation. Listen, I've got this. Wait, how relevant even is pin to Civ? Not exactly fast-paced action. It is relevant because everybody takes turn at the same time, okay? And it takes your implementation of the turn gets delayed if you have big ping, okay? And you get disconnected from the game, by the way. So yeah, ping is actually relevant, even in Civilization 6. Lucy, have you eaten much of the apple butter? Made any recipes? I actually left it at my mom's, so I have to eat it tomorrow. The apple butter I left at my mom's, so I'll eat it tomorrow. I want to eat it with pancakes, so I have to make oh gosh. Tomorrow I'm gonna visit my mom and I'm gonna do my pancakes. Going to Florida on vacation in 2025 as a trans woman would be like a Jewish person going to Germany for a vacation in 1938. Listen, I like to live on the edge, okay? It seems like I'm gonna have a guest. All that old bay and apple butter will make you fat. It's okay. Hopefully it will go to my butt and my boobs. Then I will be happy. It will be so happy. You know? That is what happiness tastes like. Do you now see how exciting this game is? I'm so shocked that you did not know it. Do you see how fast-paced and exciting the settlers are? I bet you're ashamed. I bet you're ashamed you did not know this game. Okay? Are you ashamed? Are you feeling the shame of not knowing the settlers? Just wait till the building for, you know, refining trees into planks gets built. Oh my god. This is where the real exciting gameplay starts. This is where the pace picks up for this. Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. I always feel shamed. No! Look, it's building! It's building! Oh my god, I just cannot wait to be... Oh. Oh, I no options. We have to wait for new construction options, I guess. Why is he just standing around, this dude? Oh, he's jump roping! Oh my god, this one dude is just jumping the jump ropes. What the hell? He's on his union break. I just don't know what to say. It's almost ready. I don't know why. I have this thing that I want to zoom in the camera, but there's no zooming in this game. There's no zooming in this game. This, what you see is what you get. You cannot get any closer to the action. There's no, oh, I'm gonna scroll in and get closer. No, nope. That's not a thing in this game. Not enough pixels, true. It's like, I sort of like these sort of games. It's a very good reaction type of game. You react to a thing, and you have in the background this, let's face it, let's be honest, very slow-paced game, okay? You can have this sort of leisurely playing in the background when you react to a debate or whatever. Listen, I'm not judging, to be clear. I'm happy you're having fun, but this is the most boring looking game I've ever seen in my life. Paint Drying Simulator 2K15. Wow, okay. I see. That's not true. No, it's not. Lucy, this game is like watching traffic. We could be playing rap, but no. Nobody wants that. It's not true. This game is fascinating, okay? Okay. 8th day after shipwreck. Okay, now look at this, okay? It's about to get good, okay? It's about to get good. Lucy, you should play the vampire game, whatever it was called, with the Biblia Krula notion spinner. Oh yeah, you're right, we could play that for a bit. You're right. You are right, we could play that for a bit. Especially since I've discovered the new character. Okay, we can play that in a moment. Oh my god. Okay, let's do that. But first, look, the game's picking up. The basic requirements for building up our settlement have been met. However, the supply of trees in this region will not last long. We need a forester to ensure a long-term supply of timber. Build a forester. Okay, look. Okay. Let's see if you feel the same way still once I build a forester, okay? If I build a forester and you still don't like this game, then by the words of Obi-Wan Kenobi, then you are lost, okay? If you still don't like this game, after I build a forester, then nothing can help, nothing can save you, okay? This is a brilliant game. It's a glimpse into our society. It's a glimpse into the geopolitical, domestic alliance view into society's psychology, physiology, and stuff. Okay? It's like, it's cool, okay? And you don't get it. You don't get it because you're, frankly, I think it's a bit racist, okay? I frankly think I feel like it's a bit racist not to like this game. I can get banned aging by posting Google. Wow, you drew two the gray lines on the green part. This is like watching Game Grumps play Gobble before iron finally breaks. Lucy, writing a video essay on why setters is cool, actually. It is cool! Oh my god! I don't hate you because you're Polish. You're Polish because I... What? I cannot believe. Alright. I like the game, Grumps. Not against game, you're being racist against this game. What am I witnessing right now? Is this how America been look back in the 16th century? This is Rome, okay? This is Rome. Vladimir. Hello, Philip August. We're watching the. Listen, okay, I'll give you the background, okay? During the big collaboration game in Civilization 6, Mercado Media said that Manor Lords, a game that is like this but with a much better graphics, said that Manor Lords has very unique gameplay. And I said, well, Manor Lords is basically like the Settlers. And Mercado Media had no clue what the Settlers were. And nobody you knows what the Settlers are. So I'm like, what? What? I find this so offensive. 11th day of the second month after shipwreck. We're still not sure whether we are the only people on this island. As precautionary measure, we should erect a barracks on our exposed border towards the interior of the island. Build a barracks on the northern border of your settlement. Oh my god, we're building a barracks now. 5th day of the 3rd month. Our territory has spread as far as the mountain in the north. Our geologists will carry out a land survey there. In the long term, we need fuel and building materials, as well as weapons and coined gold. We must therefore find a source of iron ore, gold, coal, and granite. Build a road to the mountain and send your geologist there. Okay. We'll see how old is the game. How old is the Settlers? Wow, okay. Now we're being ageist, aren't we? Okay, that's cool. That's cool. That is cool. I'm gonna look it up. 1996. This game is from 1996, okay? So pretty fresh game, I would say. Alright? This is a pretty fresh game. Same, they got so much hate and I don't get why, because they just make like low-key unproblematic comfort content. Like it's just so inoffensive, whatever, if someone isn't into, but I don't know why. Okay, Grant. Wow, okay, thank you. Our territory has spread as far as the mountains. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Johns. Okay. Wow. Thanks, Dr. Johns. I cannot believe you're being so mean to me, Dr. Johns. What part of this is the mountains? Are these the mountains? Erect. See, erect the flag. It says erect. Never mind. Send the geology. Grandma. Look how exciting this game is. I can't believe you're being so mean to me. Ageist and bad. So you see, this is how people outside of America know more about America pop culture than so-called natural-born Americans. Shocking. I know! Americans have no culture. Our geologist has found a spring. We are now able to supply fresh water to our settlement. Nice! Oh my gosh. Okay, that means we find water. What do I do? How do I build a thing? Well. I was able to build a well, which is actually also a thing that you build in Manor Lords. Just so you know. That's the thing that you also build in Manor Lords. This is Manor Lords. This is Manor Lords but with worse graphics, okay? I will stand by this comment forever. I will stand by this. If you like Manor Lords, then you have no right not to like this game, okay? If I ever play Manor Lords and you're gonna be like, oh my god, Manor Lords is so cool, I'm gonna go back and remind you, you said this was bad, you say that Manor Lords is cool. All you care about in games is graphics. I will come to that conclusion without mercy, okay? It'd be like, all you care about in gaming is the graphics and nothing else. And then I'll scold you and laugh and stuff. There should be a game called Manor Lords, where you're all competing to see who can be the most polite. Listen, that already exists. It's my stream, okay? I'm very polite on my stream. 16th day of the 6th month. We have found iron ore and now able to produce weapons. There are now no obstacles to further exploration on the island. First, we must construct both an iron mine and an iron smelter. An armorer can start to produce swords and shields. We must also provide the miners with food. Our stocks are almost exhausted. We need hunters and fishermen. Build an iron mine, an iron smelter, and an armory. Do you see this? I'm sorry, if you cannot appreciate what's happening here, then I don't even know, okay? I don't even know what to tell you if you cannot appreciate the full scope of what is happening here. Okay? I just cannot believe. I don't know what shapes Io is. I'm watching Lucian drinking hell. Don't drink! Don't drink hell. Oh my god. Oh wow, people want me to play Manor Lords. Okay. Whatever. I guess you don't care for the settlers. Whatever, I guess we're playing Manor Lords now, which is basically the exact same game. But how else will I fill the... There is no void. Come on. Come on. Okay, we're gonna play Manor Lords now, which is the exact same game. Sort of like Factorio, but it's just about building efficient factories rather than like resource gathering and monster fighting. Wait, Factorio has monster fighting? Wait, how do you build the factories? Wait, hold on. That's wait. So wait, how do you? What's the game loop if you just build? If you're not gathering resources, then what's the game loop? What's the limitation? And again, Factorio, you gather the resources to be able to build stuff, but what allows you to build stuff in shapes? This game is still in development. We're playing Settlers 2.0 now, okay? Now we're playing Settlers 2.0. People in the YouTube chat demanded it. I'm gonna show you the modern. Okay, this is the modern day Settlers. Oh gosh. This game, however, is made by one person, by one Polish developer apparently. This game has been made by a single Polish developer. The game loop is you progressively more complicated challenges for what you need to build with your factory, and you unlock different machines. Oh. Continue. I'm gonna play new game. That's perfect. We're having a guest. I'm having a guest. Alright. There you go. This is your Settlers 2.0. I hope you hate this one as much as the Settlers, okay? Because the game is identical. Okay? So you can start this and never finish it too. I finish games, okay? Okay, we're gonna play as a woman. Oh, it's already nice. My coat of arms is already done. Lucy has. Apparently, we've seen a lot of improvements. Continue. Okay, perfect. Coat of arms. I love this coat of arms. Isn't it perfect? And go domination. Restoring the peace. Premise: two territories in the north are claimed by two territories in the north are claimed by the illegitimate baron, whose castle is located off the map. Bandit camps reside in others unclaimed regions. Build and expand at your own pace. When ready, challenge the baron for the northern territories. Conquer every region. Okay, end goal. Domination. Balanced. Okay, begin. This is a Polish game, okay? This is a Polish... You better appreciate the fact that I'm pallying a Polish game. Okay, I'm pallying a Polish game. Oh, an Unreal process has crashed. Manor, oh wow. We are very sorry this crash occurred. Our goal is to prevent crashes like this from occurring in the future. Oh my gosh. Thank you for this. You know what the difference between Manor Lords and the Settlers is? Settlers don't crash, okay? That's the difference. The difference between Manor Lords and this one is that the Settlers did not crash, okay? And Manor Lords did, straight away, before we even get off the ground. So, there you go. That game isn't early access. You know what? You know what early access means? Early access means in development forever. That is what, in reality, early access means, okay? How long has Warframe been in early access, quote unquote? Exactly. Okay? Early access. Early access is just code word for we're never gonna finish this. Okay? That's what early access means. We're never finishing this. That's the code word for that's the code. That's the secret password or whatever. Alright, we try this again. We're gonna try this again. If it crashes once more, then we're just gonna have to play. Usually Polish games are bangers. This game's a banger! This game's good, okay? This game's good. What do you mean usually? This game is good. You don't appreciate... I have an audience that hates city building games. I cannot believe that I have an audience that hates games that are about building up, nicely planning, strategizing, etc., management, you know, the nice stuff. No, you want me to play Dragon Ball Sparkling Zero, I bet. That's what you want me to play, Dragon Ball Sparkling Zero. Or something, or the other. Or Raft, which I could play, admittedly. We're gonna have a guest in an hour, by the way. Oh. Well, we're not playing Manor Lords, are we? Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. I guess I cannot play Manor Lords. Whatever. I'm gonna choose something more to the audience's palette. I guess I have no choice. We're gonna play something more to this audience's palette. I know. I wanted to play something sophisticated with a lot of cool stuff. All right. It's like, yeah, I guess, I guess that's it. I guess I just have to, yeah. So there you go. Here you go. This is more up to this audience speed, okay? We're gonna choose the guitar character because this character has worked really. Wait, how much gold do I have? Okay, we have to spend some gold. We have to spend some gold first. How much gold do I have? Oh my god. I've not even noticed that I had so much gold. Okay, we're gonna... I can actually buy a single resurrection. Wait, hold on. What do I get? Oh, I want this. All right, we've got maximum. All right, now, okay, cool. All right, let's go. Okay, what's the level? We beat this, we beat this, we beat this. We beat the tower. We beat the tower. So I guess now we're gonna play... stage 5, okay? This you should have get the upgrade. Yeah, just regular stuff, you know, Lucy, like city skylines. Exactly, Vladimir gets it. But it's just, I don't know why the hate for the intellectually sophisticated gaming. I feel like I need to introduce some sophistication into this audience. All right, let's go. Start level 5. All right. Przez 10 sekund ogólny obszar zmienia się ciągle w zakresie od minus 25 do plus 25%. Postać utrzymuje dodatkowy 1% obszaru na każdym poziomie. Zdwojone leczenie. Odzyskiwanie punktów życia zadaje pobliskim wrogom wrażenia tej samej wartości. Okay, we're taking this. Double healing, health. As I attack enemies, I get health back. Okay. All of my minions are getting paid, and if some minions are not getting paid, it's because if any of my minions are not getting paid, it's because of how you treat me. Okay. Dr. John's. It's because of I'm not getting paid, so my minions are not getting paid. Okay, Biblia, Laur, Święta Woda. Which one? Isn't getting paid. Oh, quiet. Quiet. You're being racist. Alright. Well, come on, you wanted me to play this. You wanted me to play this and now you don't want me to tell me I gave you 50 and game that one time. Listen, okay, I'm gonna play Raft at some point. I just want me to be careful, okay? Lower. Why lower? That's a horrible choice. No, we're taking either the Bible or the water. You're oh no, Greater Rain. No, lower is bad. It's the worst thing that you can get. Choose something else. But Biblia or water. We're not taking the lower. The lower sucks. I don't agree. I don't agree. I don't agree with this choice. I don't agree. Okay. Thank you for choosing the correct. Listen, we're playing with this cool lady. Alright. That was not a contest, okay? The Bible, we had to choose the Bible. Alright, we're gonna have to choose. There's something in here. How do I get to the items? Isn't this a very cool character? You have to admit that this is a very cool character, right? That I'm using right now. You admit that I'm using a very cool character, right? Do you admit it? Do you admit that I'm using a very cool character? Oh my gosh. Everything's so weak right now. And hopeless. Helpless against me. Okay, now choose which one. I still need to play Left 4 Dead 2 with Greater Rain. You left us hanging last time. That's true. Do you want to do it now? Actually? Do you want to play it now? I'm gonna have like... I'm gonna have a guest in like 40 minutes. So if you want to play Left 4 Dead, we can do it for 40 minutes. 40 minutes. And then... Okay? Yeah? You want to? Want me to turn off the game? I can turn off the game now. Just say the word. Oh. This is an overpowered character, I feel like. The Bible, yeah. This lady with a guitar, that's an overpowered character. I can boot up as well. I have to make it visible on screen as well in the stream. If I'm to play it, then I have to make it visible. I have to make it visible to all of you. I cannot believe that nobody has appreciated the fact. Nobody has appreciated the fact that I've been the Slavic representation in the streaming world when it comes to streaming. Yes. Okay. Nobody appreciated. Where is my invite? Oh, that was quick. That was the quickest game boot ever. I guess this game is not that demanding. Damn, that's I've never had a game. Or is this
Report unusual behavior. Barricade your homes. Avoid all contact with infected individuals. Wait for official instructions.
What is the hell is wrong with this game's sound?
Kill all son.
The hell is wrong with this game's sound? It doesn't listen to anything. This game's sound ignores anything that I try to do with the audio. Yes, I like to allow this game to fill my computer with viruses. I like this game to fill my computer with malicious content. Thank you. All right. Audio. I guess we'll have to in volume. What do I do, even? Music volume, game volume. Oh my god, done. Okay, where's the game? How do I join? Oh, we're already in the lobby or whatever together. I have to make the game quieter. We're already in the same game. Gray Rain. It says friends. Oh, never mind. I guess we're not. This is so strange. Alright, we're in the lobby. I don't know what you have to do in this game, but whatever. You know, whatever. I'll be right back, okay? I need to get a drink. Just as the game is loading, I need to get a drink. Okay, I'll be right back.
I can't believe you shot the pilot.
He turned into a zombie, Francis. He wasn't gonna land the thing.
Well, I guess now we'll never know, will we?
What do you say? Ready?
No.
Pilot's license
All right, let's go.
revoked. Dun dun dun.
How do I choose my character? Professional. I am a professional streamer, okay? I am a professional streamer. How do I choose my character?
Nice job.
I don't want to play as Francis, okay? I want to play as a nice character. How do I choose a different... How do I choose a different character? No, I don't want to play as Francis, okay? I refuse to play as Francis. I want to play as a nicer character, okay? No, we restart. I don't play as Francis. I refuse. I will not press R2. I will not play as Francis or whatever. Wait, you can play this with a
Come
controller?
on, let's do it.
You can play this with a controller? No, no, I don't play as Francis. No, I will not. No, 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 no. We need to restart. We need to... I need to choose a character that's not Francis, okay? Jesus Christ, fine, okay? Oh my god, I can play this with the controller! Oh snap! Wait, what happened? Oh. Okay, I play Zoe, okay? No, I will not play as Francis. I refuse. I refuse to play as Francis. Don't give me the cringe emote.
Well, I guess we're walking.
I hate walking.
Look, 5 minutes ago, you hated flying.
And it turns out I was right about that.
Okay, I don't like playing first-person games with a controller. Like, first-person games are not... Okay, machine gun, thank you. Thank you. Oh, wow. Wow, okay. Cool.
Let's move, people.
Please tell me first. Please tell me that... How do I switch between stuff? Oh. Please tell me friendly fire is not a thing, okay?
Hey, man!
It is! Friendly fire is a thing in this game. Come here, Greater Rain. Come here, Greater Rain. Come here. Greater Rain. Cool.
Take this.
Thanks. I owe you
I do hate Francis, okay? It's my
Extra
God-given
cider.
right to hate Francis.
I'm gonna need these. Smoker, hear it? Hold up a minute. Nice.
Oh. Where's the zombie?
Weapons here.
Wait, what's the... Can we join up voice chat or whatever?
Weapons here.
Smoker!
Why are One Piece characters in this game? Smoker or whatever. Why does this game have One Piece characters in it?
Damn it, the truck is blocking the way.
Okay, can we get in voice chat? Or no?
Watch out!
Watch where you're shooting.
Like, are there
What
any
is that zombie
objectives
doing
to
to
this
him?
game apart from killing enemies, or?
Heads up!
I guess nobody will tell me.
Might be something in this warehouse. Reloading.
Weapons over here.
Oh my gosh, okay, that's cool.
Reloading.
I guess that's cool.
Reloading. Oh, thanks. Look out! I'm reloading.
Dr. John's dead? It's tiny, you go forward and eventually you get to a checkpoint. Okay, thank you.
Great
Thank you,
job,
random
people.
3PO, for
Yeah,
telling me.
baby, yeah!
Like, I don't know
Molotovs
what you're
over
supposed
here.
to do in this game, apart from just destroying enemies. How it sounds, it feels fun. Oh, I might as well do an announcement. We're gonna have a guest pretty soon. We're gonna discuss with them that whole interview that happened. Like, I did not have the opportunity to cover the interview between Zelensky and Friedman. There's a
Weapons
person that would
here.
like to discuss it with me. I'm perfectly fine with it. So I'm gonna have a guest.
Charger. Reloading.
A boomer exploded on me. Did you see that? A boomer exploded on me. Hold on. Then at the end there's the grand final.
Sounds like a witch.
Oh. Is this a checkpoint?
You don't want to guess what I'm doing right now?
Go
Reloading.
ahead and take this.
Wait,
Thanks.
how do I use the pills? Is someone speaking? Are we in the chat? Are people in the voice chat? No, nobody joined the voice chat. Nice. Okay, I see. Traders. Okay, okay, I get it. I get it. I understand. I understand. I understand. It's fine. You don't need to tell me anything else. I understand where I am. Yeah, there is a voice chat in my Discord. It's called gaming whatever thing. Okay? That we can all join and communicate. What a novel concept that we've used like 50 times already in different games. What a novel thing that we've been doing so many times already.
I'm gonna heal you.
Don't worry. We all go down sometime. Let me get you.
Thanks.
No problem.
How do I heal?
I feel like crap.
I do feel like crap. Wait, I can use the... I think I have a first aid. I swear I had a first aid. What happened to my
Let
inventory?
me heal you.
Wait, what happened to all my inventory? I had a rifle and I had a first aid. What happened to my stuff? Dr. Johns.
I think you. Hello?
Yeah?
Yeah, I think you swapped it up for a defib unit.
Wait, where's the... How? Where? Where?
Reloading.
Are you excited for the guest, Dr. John?
Watch out!
Shit.
Here they come! Zoe, just pretend they're all helicopter pilots.
Thanks,
Zombie,
Lucy.
Francis. He
For what?
was
You
a
alerted the horde.
zombie.
Oh, that's no problem. My pleasure. Are you excited for the guest? I am in the voice chat. You just wrote me that I'm in the voice chat, but I clearly am, no?
No, you're not paying attention to the side chat. You know how long ago I wrote that?
You wrote it just now. Listen, I'm gonna tell you. Dr. Jones, are you not excited for the guest?
What's the guest supposed to talk about?
We're gonna talk about the interview between Zelensky and Friedman.
That seems nice.
The guest is a VTuber, just like I used to be. Isn't that cool?
I still remember your VTuber days.
That's right.
Reloading.
Yeah, that's right.
Pills here. Thanks. Oh yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Pills here.
Pills? Where?
I'm looking at them.
Where? I don't see no pills.
Hey Lucy.
Hello. You here to give me pills?
I don't know.
Thanks. I owe you.
Oh, how do I use the... Should I use the pills now? Should I
No,
pop the
your health is
pills?
good.
Sorry?
Your health is still
Do you
good.
want me to pop the pills? Estelle, do you want me to pop the pills?
Well, if you don't need them,
I always,
don't
I always need them. Actually,
Well,
I just need
depend-
them twice a day. Yeah, to be honest.
I mean, I guess that's better than me who decided that, like, taking 7 pills a day is
Big ass
good.
gun.
What sort of pills do you take 7 times per day?
Well, estrogen,
Really? Why 7?
because I prefer to them out throughout the day.
Sorry, what? Oh. I mean, I space the 2 that I take per day.
Oh, but I take them sublingually, under the tongue. So
Under what?
under the tongue.
Oh.
The
I just swallowed them.
little. Well, I don't swallow them immediately. Like they get dissolved, and then some of it passes through the the skin in the mouth, and then some of them get swallowed
The doctor
with
told me
saliva.
that the ones that I take don't really work like that. That it doesn't do anything for me to keep them in my mouth.
Yeah, well, it depends on the. It depends on the pills. If it's
I did actually ask him about it. At the
if they are
very start.
micronized. If they are micronized, they should be able to. But depends on like what size of particles they are using the pill.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
You're getting backstabbed.
Yeah, I know. What the hell, Boomer?
Can't you face
I'm trying.
the other direction?
I'm trying. Okay, I'm trying.
Not going well.
I'm doing my best. But it seems like Dr. Jones is not helping me.
I'm helping you up right now.
Why are you not helping me, Dr. John? Do you not like me or something?
Dr. Jones is gonna exit the instance like pirate software.
Do I take the pills now?
You can,
I
or
popped
there's
the
like a
pill.
safe one, like right up ahead.
No, I popped
Lucky
the
you got a
pills.
defib unit, so if anybody dies, we can bring you back.
I mean 5. Can't count. Oh, I can carry 5 things. Why is Greater Range not in the voice chat? What is happening? I have to check the... Ducky? Wait, did someone call me Ducky? Really?
Who called you, Ducky?
Aren't you a duck, though?
Yeah. That's why I was pleasantly surprised.
You know, you're the insane leftist who thinks they're a duck.
I know. I'm just waiting for that Chud Logic video about me.
First aid kit over here.
Oh, God. I'm really hurt.
You know, I used to eat. I used to eat noodles on plates, and then I went out and got a big bowl, and that changed my life.
Oh. I think I got the best score out of all of you.
Does it seem so?
Yeah. Look. 530. And anybody else just sucks compared to me.
Sounds good.
Yeah, if you take that metric, but
Yeah,
he killed the least
I'm
amounts
really-
of
I'm really
zombies.
good.
Thanks.
I'm the best actually. I'm the best in the universe. You know? Did you know this
And the
about me?
universe,
Do you know how
you're
good
you're
I
a solipsist. So the universe only consists of you.
That is
This is
true.
a professional Left 4 Dead 2 streamer now.
Sorry, what?
Lucy's a professional Left 4 Dead 2 streamer now.
True. True. Just like I'm a professional rap streamer.
Can you rap right now?
Rap?
Yeah.
No, I said the raft. Raft.
Oh,
streamer.
rap.
Yeah, the game.
I heard rap and I was.
Rap.
I think
No.
Does she rap? Oh,
I could be a professional at anything that I chose in life, but never rap. Okay?
oh, I like to see you try.
You would not. You'd not like to see me try.
I'm not gonna let you die.
Can you sing?
Up you go.
Thanks.
How do I heal someone?
You pull out your med kit.
Okay, come here, Greater Rain. Greater Rain! Don't run away from me!
I know we gotta move, but I gotta heal you.
Sounds like a smoker.
Can you sing, Lucy?
Thanks, man.
No. Not particularly well. My best friend's trained to sing with professional
Really? Thanks.
trainers.
Yeah. Well, I think
Like
I'm
you
way
do
too.
all the different exercises, like that's one of them. That's actually a singing exercise.
Oh really?
Doing the yeah. Because you train how to control your airflow through your mouth, and that's a important thing when singing. Also when speaking, actually.
Oh, like you have voice trained already. You can voice
That
train
is
again.
voice training. Is similar to training to sing. Yeah, there are similar principles involved.
Reloading.
I mean, you
What
could
kind
voice
of
train
do you?
Sims, streams.
Sorry, what?
So you used to do voice training streams.
I'm sorry. You're very quiet. Sorry, what?
I said you used to do voice training streams.
Yeah,
Why don't you need Sims?
I did. Yeah. Why? Oh yeah, I did. I only played Sims once. What? Did you enjoy that stream?
Oh, I didn't see that one.
That must have been a while.
No, it was not all that long ago. I think I might have actually streamed Sims in Ukraine. I might have actually.
Oh, okay.
Greater Rain asked me to
There's a
stream
tank up
Hang on,
ahead.
let me fix you up.
a tank. An
Yeah,
actual tank. Can you operate it?
That wasn't
No.
necessary.
No, you were in like hiding in the building or something for the first tank fight the whole time.
Is that the tank?
Yeah.
It's dead because I'm here now. I'm a real pro.
Weapons here.
Yeah, that was all you, Lucy.
Dead by Daylight had a collab with this game, hasn't it?
Yeah, because Bill dies, the character I am, and he gets stuck in the Dead by Daylight universe.
Huh. Oh yeah, this game has a story mode, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's like kind of an
Is it
overarching like. It's you gotta kind of really pay attention to it. It's all like environmental storytelling.
No. Then it's not for me. If I have to pay attention, then it's not for me, is it?
Yeah, you already struggle to pay attention to the zombies that are around you.
Exactly. Estelle gets it.
Hold up, I'll heal you.
Dr. Johns!
Ah, thanks. I owe you.
Jackie. Oof. Don.
Do you like music?
Who doesn't like music?
I mean, some dorks. Come on.
Everybody likes some sort of music, no? And nobody
Yeah,
hates
well-
the sound of music. Like,
I
no
mean,
matter what music, no matter what context. I don't think such people exist. I think anybody
mean-
can find some sort of sound that is pleasing to their ears.
I mean, deaf people don't necessarily.
Oh, deaf people maybe. I guess, yeah.
They actually can appreciate music in some ways. Like vibrations, like bass. They can feel that, even though they can't hear.
That's one.
Well then, see? My point stands then,
Over that.
I guess.
Yeah. Okay, but you understand that that question was one that would lead to something else. So,
What do you mean?
what kind of music do you like?
Oh, if I like something, I listen to it. I don't have a particular genre that I cling to. Just like with games, I guess. I've been introduced to country music actually, and I found it to be not bad.
Like old country or modern country?
Pretty. Like there's this. What's this? I have to look it up. Okay, one moment. Is this musician?
Like modern country is basically just like an offshoot alternative rock.
What's no old country. Like what is this? Country music.
Ammo here. Let's get in that
Oh
truck,
yeah,
step
Blaze
on the
Folly,
gas, and
like
not
Blaze
stop
Folly
until we see
country.
the army.
If we power up the generator, we can bring down the
Do you know Blaze Folly?
I have no idea what that is.
You don't know the musician Blaze Folly?
Not a fan.
Hmm?
Someone power up the generator.
Not a fan, or do you don't know who that
I've
is?
never heard of that.
Hmm?
I've never heard of it.
You're not an American. You never heard of the song?
Somebody power up the generator.
Ready? In position. This will only take a sec.
Use your first aid kit.
Weapons over here.
Wow, I can't believe this.
Wait.
Oh, calling me again, Ducky.
I'm on the Wikipedia page. It says the master tapes from his first studio album were confiscated
Sorry?
by the DEA. Oh, I'm on Blaze Folly's Wikipedia page,
So,
and it says that
what did you learn?
the master tapes from his first studio album were confiscated by the DEA when the album's executive producer was caught in a drug bust.
Doesn't that make it just cool?
Everybody stop a sec.
I mean, yeah, but I don't know. That means that the master tapes don't exist anymore.
But yeah, I've enjoyed his music.
Ollie's stage name was inspired by his admiration of musician Red Folly and the stripper and burlesque performer Blaze Star. I'll check him out.
Yeah,
Check his music.
I think it's good.
Because myself, I really struggle to like be curious. I find new music. I just tend to keep guessing over. I don't know if I told you this before. And yeah, so like right now, I
Anybody can
listen
heal
to
me?
it. It's like someone's killed me. Oh, you mean revive?
No, heal. I'm low health.
I'm just on a slight delay from just watching you.
You gotta come over to here.
Where's Greater Rain?
They're on top of the buses.
No, in voice chat I mean.
Goddamn generator. Come on, let's go.
Look out!
Where's the...
Wait a minute. I realize you're only 3. So,
Yeah, you wanna join? Before?
yeah, I think I own Left 4 Dead 2.
feel free to join if you want
Help!
Come on, get up!
Thanks.
Weapons here!
to. Raider range is healing me.
Thanks.
Whoa, Boomer attacked me.
That was me. Sorry.
You're the Boomer?
No, I'm the one that shot the
Behind
boomer.
you!
I thought they were far enough away.
Oh, I have it already installed.
Oh, you wanna join?
Yeah, sure.
Ready. I'm not sure if you can join in the middle. I think Raider Range is the host.
We're like not even a minute left in this match.
Alright. I
We
guess
just gotta get on the
let's
truck
just
and we're
finish
done.
this one and then we can get
Truck's down! Get it!
Stell into the next one, right?
Francis, I'm driving.
Alrighty.
I'm not sure. Oh, because my guest is here, I think.
Your guess?
Yeah, I have a guest.
Is it Capo?
Nope.
Oh. Bye, Lucy.
Oh, you
Hi.
left without me?
We were all on the truck and then you went down, so.
Yeah, because I was chatting with my guest. That's gonna join and talk politics with me.
Oh, if that's the case, then another time.
Like the guest will feed her cats and then will join.
You could do a Left 4 Dead interview.
Stream. Yeah. No, we're gonna be talking something else. I'm gonna go quickly to the toilet and then we're gonna do the whole thing, the whole shebang, okay?
Alright.
Alright.
Wait, you can spacebar. Vote to skip.
Yeah, I can. I guess. Well, I did press. Somebody didn't. Is it me?
Wait, is it Louis?
I just don't know.
I
Alright,
think it's
I
Louis.
guess I'm gonna quit the game now and go to the toilet. I'll be right back. Maybe after the discussion slash thing, we can pick it up again. Thank you.
Yeah,
I'll be right back.
I'm still awake.
Steam and Steam. This is a fun game. It is a fun game. Hello. Hello, hello.
Hello, how are you doing?
I am doing pretty okay. Or a mixed bag, as they say, you know? I am back from Ukraine for now.
Uh-huh.
I am back from Ukraine for now. I've been doing some new interviews, some nice interviews with refugees, I guess. With a person from, mostly from the Kherson region.
I see.
Yes.
Are they staying in Kiev then, or like in the
Yeah,
west?
in Kiev right now.
I see. Yeah.
I've interviewed a 15-year-old rescued from the occupied territory, whose mom is still in captivity.
Yeah, I see. I've been having a few problems communicating with my friends in Ukraine because they are timing their electricity use right now. So they only have electricity for certain hours of the day. And, daylight hours don't really intersect with the Americas as easily. So, yeah, it's been a bit of a hassle to get in contact with them. But whenever we write to each other, I get the impression they're okay. well, as okay as they can be in the circumstances. But yeah.
Hold on, I'm
Yeah, they're
gonna
trying.
I'm gonna write you how is there a thing that I can put on screen that to represent you?
Uh, are you using OBS right now?
Yeah, of course. Streamlabs
Okay.
OBS. I'm gonna write guest name.
Let me give you something I think you're going to love. When you see it, you love it.
I will. Okay. I
Yes.
do love liking. I do like loving things.
Yeah. Send me a Discord. Okay. Create a web browser file and insert this link. See if it works.
Sorry, what do I create?
Browser extension, I think it's called. OBS. It has a globe representing it.
Browser source, yeah?
Yes. And
Alright.
put that link.
Oh my gosh. This is gonna be something cool.
Hello.
Alright,
Has it been added to the screen?
Authorize. I authorize you. Oh.
Okay.
Alright. I think it works.
Yeah.
Yes. You move as well. Alrighty.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Alrighty. Wait.
Hello.
What name do I add? Guess?
Ravignon, I guess.
How? What?
I can spell it in the chat if you want, like
yes, please.
Ravignon. Okay. Yeah, Ravignon. Well, there you go.
And pronouns?
She, her. There we go.
Ravignon, she, her. Perfect. This is top tier. There you go. See, it's now complete.
Yeah.
Perfect. Now that you're here, I will go to the toilet for a minute and I'll be right back, okay?
Sure thing. I'll entertain your viewers.
In the meantime,
let's
if you could introduce yourself, tell everything about yourself, your whole story.
Yeah, sure thing. Hello, everyone. I am a democratic socialist. I used to be somewhat active on Twitter. I'm not anymore. I am mostly known online for having made a Poland Bowl documentary series on the history of Quebec. I think it is the longest Poland Bowl documentary series of anyone, a region or country that exists so far. And yeah, right now I'm on a bit of a rest period because I am making videos on a couple of other things, right? Like, after finishing such a big project, you kind of learn a lot about what you know, about what you don't know. And if you want to know more things, like about what those things that you need to learn are. So right now I'm kind of there, just struggling to make sense of all those lessons before I take on a big project again. Some of you might know me, some of you might not. If you know the YouTuber Crowd, I think you might. He's active on NAFO. I don't know how it's said, but he's like a very potent advocate of the Ukrainian cause. He's decided to pick that up. And if you've watched any of his videos, I am consistently either an artist for the thumbnails or an artist for the videos themselves. I, in fact, had like my origins in his channel before I made my own channel, and yeah, pretty much that. I met Lucy some time ago through Twitter, I think. I wanted to commission her for artwork because I think her drawings are very nice. But then I found out she's connected to Dylan Burns, who's actually another one of my friends. He's helped me get context and put some videos together and make some casting decisions. So yeah, I am in fact a le content creator, and well, yeah. So you're the only good part about crowds. What? You don't like crowds videos? Damn.
Hello.
We work very hard on
Oh
them.
yeah, people are very critical of crowd.
Really? What's going on there?
Probably about the historical inaccuracy.
Ah, I see. I've heard him being criticized over the use of sources, I think.
Like I'm quite critical of historical inaccuracy or certain narrativization. For example, I'm reading this book right now. I don't know if you know it. Ukraine, The Forging of a Nation by Jarosław Hrycak. You know it?
No, the author doesn't sound familiar, so I wouldn't know the author nor the book.
I have a lot of criticism of the book. I'm more or less 200 pages in out of 400, and I have a lot of criticism. It's good in some respects, but it's also quite bad in some. It's a mixed bag of a book, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, that happens to be the case with many authors. I think one person I have a lot of problems with coming to the history of Ukraine is Timothy Snyder. I don't know if you know him.
I know
He's
him.
like a very
I think Timothy Snyder is a lot better than Jarosław Hrycak, actually. So what are your problems with Timothy Snyder? And then I'll explain what my problems with the Forging of a Nation are.
My problems with Snyder is mostly that I think he believes the concept of nation states or nations in themselves are kind of ineludible.
Oh
so
my
once
gosh.
They exist,
okay.
Kind
So
of exist.
okay, if
Yeah.
you think Timothy Snyder thinks that, which I'm not even sure from his lecture if he super does, then the author of Ukraine, The Forging of a Nation is that, but on steroids, okay? That's my main criticism of Ukraine, The Forging of a Nation. This notion that the nation state is. The author states straight up, says there is no modernity without nationalism, which I reject. I completely reject that there is that you cannot have a modern state without nationalism. I reject that notion completely, 100%. Okay?
Okay. I'm not sure.
I don't agree with that.
I'm not sure. I guess I can kind of see it if I were to make an argument for it, but I don't believe.
I mean, you can make an argument with everything, but some arguments are just bad and incorrect.
I will tell you how I would make that argument. You can tell me if you agree or disagree.
Okay.
In liberalism, generally, you justify the existence of the state through the collective of the people coming together and deciding they want to rule themselves, right? So you have an organized community of equals that decide to create a state, and upon the creation of the state, they begin to like rule themselves.
Already have a counter argument.
Yeah. But liberalism has this thing that, though it tells you that the people are empowered, it doesn't tell you how to define the collective of the people, right?
Yeah.
And I would consider that a weakness, because then if you control the definition of the people, you control the size and the borders of the community of equals.
That's right.
And in that sense, before you can have a liberal state, you need a community. And then that community is what we typically call the nation, right? And the nation needs a story, which is the nationalism. Would you agree with that?
Not necessarily. It depends on how you define the nation, right? We already know that throughout history, the term nation has changed its meaning several times. And we could just go, for example, even if we were to have a modern state, why not go with the political nation? We have a certain border. We have many different ethnicities that exist within this border. And we don't have a nation state. We have this state that is based on uh, political nationality. We belong to this one country, but we don't have to be homogenous um, in ethnic or even linguistic terms. Especially now, when technology is just moving forward and forward, it's perfectly plausible to have a multilingual country, I feel.
Do you believe that in the future it will be possible to have like a world state where every single difference across human beings is made diluted by technology? That's kind
Maybe.
of like the logical progression of that,
I mean,
you know?
I feel it's possible too that humanity will
Mm.
unite and not like. I feel like, for example, I feel like the logical conclusion, even though many countries defend themselves against it, is for the
Mm.
European Union to become more united, more and more united
Um,
as the time goes.
yeah, that's kind of what I guess some like more optimistic people I'd like to think believe is the course of
Well, I'm
history.
not saying that's the chorus. I'm saying that it would be preferable. I don't.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not
yeah, yeah.
seeing it as the chorus, especially right now. Especially like you have divisions in the EU, you have conflicts of interest, you have bad actors being empowered, which now create complications. Viktor Orban is the biggest example of a
Yeah,
person that has been enabled and empowered by the European Union only to cause huge problems for said European Union now. We have
mm,
Slovakia, which is rabidly anti Ukraine. You have Romania, which right now is. I was thinking, because you wanted to talk to me about the interview, right?
Zelensky's interview
Yeah,
with
I have a few topics
uh,
for today. Would you like to discuss them with me as well?
sure, sure.
If you're.
Just to give a closing to this discussion, this little opening, like, you think the union is not like the course we're going on, but if it were to be, it's like preferable, right?
Yeah, because I think
Okay, then
more.
we agree.
Yeah, I feel like I don't like the idea of these isolated nation states. I don't feel.
Mm,
I don't like the idea of our just because I'm born in this part of the in this geographical area, somehow I'm supposed to elevate people living here above people living anywhere else. The argument
mm,
of we help these people over there, but we help ourselves first is nonsensical to me.
mm.
Like we
Okay.
shouldn't help those people because we have to just look out for ourselves. That's mentality. That's the type of mentality that I just cannot get behind ever. I don't see
Okay.
people here as more valuable inherently as the people over there, so to speak.
Yeah, we don't disagree then. Then you wanted to talk about the interview?
Yeah, and maybe a few other topics if it's okay with you. Like I have in
Sure
my
thing.
title of the stream, Russian gas in peril. Ukraine
Mm,
has been. I'll ask you first if you heard of these topics, if you're familiar. Russian has accused Ukraine of attacking its two last bastions of gas because you know about Ukraine stopping the transit, right?
yes.
Yes. So Russia says that Ukraine has tried to attack its last two gas lines to Europe through Turkey, the Turk Stream and the Blue Stream. Those are like the last two bastions of Russian gas, and Russia accuses Ukraine of attacking it. Are you familiar with this topic?
Sparsely, but I do know that yeah, it's
Okay, I guess we could.
kind of
I guess we could read an article together and discuss it if that's okay with you.
sure thing.
Okay, you know about the Romania protest because of the
Uh,
election.
no, I actually don't know about that. I heard that Moldova elected like a pro EU person, but like
Moldova,
barely
yeah,
by
Moldova, yeah.
yeah, by less than 1% of the votes,
Yeah,
and that
Moldova
was
is having problems with gas right now because Russia has
ooh,
cut off gas from Moldova. It says it's because of that, but everybody knows that it's nonsense. And Transnistria is suffering because of it. That's a whole topic that could be discussed as well. So
yeah.
Romania is protesting because there's been a presidential election, but one of the candidates who won first place in the first round has been disclosed to have enjoyed an unfair advantage from a foul online campaign organized by Russia. So the Supreme Court has cancelled the election result and declared that it has to be repeated all over again, that the whole voting process has to be repeated. And people have went to the streets to protest that decision.
Yeah, that typically doesn't go well. I have heard, not because of Russian interference, right? But similarly, there was a time when Erdogan in Turkey attempted to restart an election, and because he started, he lost Istanbul. That was like a decade ago. So, yeah, typically asking people to vote again mobilizes people against the party that's in power. So, I think whoever did that is probably going to be in a very uncomfortable position.
Yeah.
Asking people to vote again.
Jack Don't Do It says, I don't know about that actually. EU should just stick to trade. Listen, you're an American. You're the last person that can say something like the EU should not be more united, Mr. United States of America. Okay? Isn't that right, Ravignon?
Yeah, I think, with all these like comments about Greenland and with the possibility of Ukraine aid being off, I am very sure that in Europe we need to start organizing along our lines.
Get our stuff together. Also, we could read this one, by the way. There's this I found this when I've started stream. The headline says Polish defense minister wants to unleash the EU military industry in 2025, and I'm not sure what that means yet, but we could look it over if you want.
Sure. I mean, I'm not a huge military person. I'm more interested in the economic side of it, but
unfortunately, we're not in that world quite yet. We're not in the Star Trek era quite yet.
Sad. I don't know. I have a lot of friends. Annie Markey, for example.
I've heard of the person, I think.
Yeah, Annie Markey. I love him, but his fixation with weapons and tanks and the exact names of tanks and all of that, I've always found that very boyish in a way that doesn't relate to me. I don't know. Maybe if I had thought about it.
I've only started being better at weaponry, names of weapons, etc. when I started covering Ukraine. Usually when I go and study history, I don't really study the exact weaponry side of things. I more study the politics, what led to this event, how we went from A to B, etc., and less what type of tanks or what type of weapons were used in this battle or that battle, etc.
I like, whenever I've studied wars, I've studied like war economics. There's like a decent argument that you can look at the Second World War as a war for resources.
Yeah, actually, that's I would say that was the main reason. Lebensraum was all about resources.
Yeah.
You could even go.
I would say you can disagree with me on this, of course, but I would say that to a great extent, the German invasion of the Soviet Union was like a very cynical attempt to come into control of Ukrainian oil fields, right?
Well, also Ukrainian black soil.
Yeah.
That's also that's how Germany.
That was part of Lebensraum, of course.
Yeah. That is, and also that's how Germany wanted to not lose World War One.
Yeah, the Romanians had oil, but they were running out of it, basically.
Well, Romania actually is looking to be the next big supplier of gas in the face of Russia being cut off.
Maybe, but I really question
the Black Sea reserves are actually proving to be quite potent.
Yeah, I doubt it would be as large a reserve as Russia's,
It
but
won't be, but it's a good.
in the meanwhile,
It's a
yeah, yeah,
good
yeah, yeah.
alternative. It's a good alternative, and it
Yeah,
proves to be. It
yeah,
proves to
for
be
sure.
bigger than people anticipated.
Let's hope so. Well, you can read the article if you want.
Well, first we want to discuss the interview,
Mm.
right? That's our first topic, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Did you watch it?
Of course, yeah. I've watched the entirety of the interview between Zelensky and so I'm prepared on that front. I wanted to cover it. I wanted to discuss it
Mhm.
the day after, but I did not feel very well, so I had to sort of
That's okay.
stop and not do it. I started doing it, but I just sort of stopped and ended stream that day.
What did you think of the interview?
I think that my suspicions of Lex Friedman have been validated. I think Zelensky did quite well with his answers. That's my TLDR
Mm.
answer. I think that I've been having a whole. There's this streamer called Wick. Do you know Wick TV?
Not really, no.
There's a streamer that has said that it was a great idea for Friedman to propose to have the interview in Russian. There was actually nothing bad with it. So I had a whole argument with him about it. And
Mm.
I still believe that it's the worst possible proposal that you could ask of someone in a situation like this to perform the whole interview in Russian. I'm not sure what your opinion on that whole thing is. It's how the interview started, so I guess we can start here as well.
Yeah, I get the practical aspect because Zelensky is Russian Ukrainian, right? Like he descends from Russian Jews. But ultimately, I would agree with the spirit of what you said. That something that Zelensky also said himself, that in these conditions, hearing Zelensky speaking in Russian could go down to some people as part of this narrative that, you know, the Ukrainians and the Russians are the same people, they speak the same language. It's basically a conversation happening in like a single direction because there's really no need for a distinction between Russians and Ukrainians. And conducting the interview in Russian would probably, you know, as Zelensky said at the very beginning, be able to be something that is warped in such a way.
I think so as well.
Certain information networks, yeah, yeah,
That
yeah.
was my
So,
argument. And also, I'm more radical on this. I think it's in fact so bad, and I'm gonna use the example that is, I'm gonna go to World War II, as all good creators go to. I'm gonna say this is just as bad as if the Third Reich was in the middle of invading a country, trying to genocide it, trying to just replace the language with German, and a person going to the leader of that invading country and saying, you know, we could just have our talk in German. Why not? We're both fluent, aren't we?
yeah,
You're a German speaker. Let's talk in German. Let's have this talk in German, you know? It's
yeah, yeah, yeah.
actually,
Well,
if you think about it, it's not even that far fetched. It's a 1-to-1, actually, in this
yeah,
case.
yeah. To to my view, I guess I understand the practical side, but Zelensky was right on the moral aspect of the question that, you know, it wasn't appropriate given the circumstances.
Yeah. Not to mention even that later in the interview, Zelensky points out, well, wait, your Russian's not even that good.
Yeah, it's so, he said.
Yeah. So
I,
that whole argument flies off the window. The
yeah,
practicality of fluency of communication. So
yeah.
that's
I don't know if Zelensky speaks English. I heard he speaks a little. Like
he speaks.
he probably.
He speaks it.
Uh,
Like he
okay.
communicates with many world leaders in English. He did speeches in English. I
Um.
think his English is serviceable enough. I believe that it's good enough. And
Okay. Yeah.
instead, in plus, if the requisite for any interviews would be for the interviewer and interviewee to be fluent in a shared language, then how many interviews would just never happen?
Yeah. 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 I don't know. I guess Lex Friedman was kind of excited to be able to speak in Russian to someone.
Yeah, that's the
But
most. That's another worrying thing. Just how excited Lex Friedman is to spread the Ruski Mir. That is another thing that actually worries me. And he is actually a pretty pro-Russian guy. He's actively translating his entire show into Russian. He has been known to praise Vladimir Putin in the past, calling him an honest and good man. It's that's a whole other aspect to Lex Friedman that I'm not sure should be ignored.
I heard he wants to interview Putin
Yeah.
after Zelensky.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'll see what he says to him about peace, right? Because he was very adamant asking Zelensky about, what do you want for peace?
Yeah,
What's keeping
and
you for?
also saying that you have to understand that Putin is just a leader that loves his people. To which I have to raise an eyebrow if someone makes a claim that Putin simply loves his people.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, I think if you love your people, with the Russian birth rate as it is, you wouldn't send probably like 1 million of the last young men you will have under our current mode of economic development to go essentially die in a war for expansion.
Yeah, it's
I don't think that's the act of a loving person.
yeah. He does not love Russian people. He does not love Russian speakers in Ukraine, especially. Bombs them daily, actually. In fact. Right?
Yeah, it's quite disagreeable.
So, where shall we sort of begin this bigger talk about the interview? Where would you like to? What were the highlights for you personally?
For me, the highlight, I guess the moment that stuck the most with me was when Zelensky went out and said that, there's this idea going around that Russians and Ukrainians are, in fact, one people, right? That they are distinguishable in some sense, that they are brotherly nations, as they're called. The Belarusians, the Malorussians, and the Russians.
Yeah.
And Zelensky, at some moment, decided to, in his capacity as president of Ukraine, put that idea to the test by actually reaching out to the Russian people and saying to them when the war started, making an address in Russian to Russian speakers in Russia, Kazakhstan, and I think in Belarus, that, we are being attacked.
Belarus
If we're
is
actually
an interesting case, of course, as well. But
yeah.
Continue.
We are being attacked, and if we're actually like brotherly nations, like, please come help us, right? Like, protest your government.
Yeah.
Don't let them do this. And he's right in a sense, because from the point of view of Zelensky, he reached out to, let's say, the fraternal other Russians.
Yeah, that will not happen in Russia, by the way. That there's no shot that the Russian population will do something like that.
Yeah, and they didn't come to his help. So, in effect, that's not like a brotherly thing to do. And I think that point was very convincing.
Also, it's a very inconvenient truth that if we take history as our witness, then you could make a strong argument that, in fact, Ukrainian people and Belarusian people, for that matter, are closer to Polish and Lithuanian people than Russian.
I wouldn't know too much about the anthropology of that. I would leave you with the trust to like address that in more detail.
I'll just say this. Ukrainian people and Polish people have been part of a single country for longer than Russia and Ukraine.
Yeah. That I understand. The thing, I guess,
that alone sort of creates this dynamic That is why Polish and Ukrainian share more vocabulary than Russian and Ukrainian.
Yeah. What I observe is that in a way Zelensky made like a prime time experiment with this idea that we're brotherly peoples, right?
Yeah.
If we're really brotherly peoples, then come and help your brother because he's being attacked by someone.
Yeah.
Someone's trying to break into his house. But in fact, the Russians didn't have that sympathy. The Belarusians
Because they're very apathetic.
probably. Yeah. And well, yeah, I think that puts. I didn't know about that reach out effort to the Russians, but the fact that it existed, it does come across as like, wow, like, what better way to showcase that this is like a myth than, yeah,
And
just the.
I would actually trust Belarusians more to do this sort of thing, but we have to remember that Belarusians have been crushed when they try to stand up to their own government before in the election.
I would say it's very similar with Russians, but the Russians have like a lot more sophisticated system to do that. Like I know someone who is connected with independentists in Siberia.
Well, Siberia
And,
is like a totally different Russia.
Yeah. And they really have to operate in like very precarious conditions, because they are followed all the time. There are like women that pretend to be interested on them on Twitter, and then they get disappeared after sharing some information and shit like that,
It's
So
a surveillance
yeah,
state. It's actually
both.
historically, it's a historical tradition for Russia at this point.
Yeah. Both of them are like very repressive states.
Not so long
I
ago,
guess.
I believe last year, Belarus has inscribed it into law that soldiers are able to, without much consequence, shoot civilians to kill.
Like Belarusian civilians, or just like
Belarusian civilians are the Belarusian army is able to just shoot Belarusian civilians to kill and not face much consequences, under the condition that the soldier is defending himself. But
yeah. Well, that's
yeah.
Not nice.
Yeah, it's the reality of dictatorship, I believe.
Yeah. The other thing that stuck with me is how little Zelensky spoke about Europe. He's clearly very focused on getting aid from the United States, getting on good terms with Trump, to the degree that Trump's leadership will be important. It seems to be very clear to him that the United States is the only agent at the moment capable of enforcing a lasting peace.
Yeah.
And
I think
for me, that's...
Yeah. Go on. Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just saying that for me, that's quite sad, because I very much am the kind of person that wants the Euro-American relationship to diminish. I think the Americans are completely unreliable. To the extent that we can pursue our own independence and our own interests, I believe that would be better. But it's very clear that even a person in need, right, like Zelensky, in his position of leadership, doesn't really trust Europe to be able to carry the load. Estonia has given a lot of its weaponry to Ukraine. Latvia, Lithuania have given a lot of their weaponry to Ukraine. Poland has made great efforts to share.
Poland has given more tanks than any other ally.
Yeah. I even know like Swedish people, right? Like not too far from me, who have gone to volunteer as medical corps, right?
A lot of Polish medics went to Ukraine to heal at the front line.
But even after all of that, Zelensky's focus is completely on the Americans, right?
Yeah, I think personally that's a smart choice on his end.
It's a smart choice, but I do believe it's like sad that it's the state of affairs. It shows very clearly that in the road to European integration, meaningfully or not, there's a lot of work to be done,
Well,
and
there's
uh,
how should I like? There's a lot of problems with the European Union. There's a lot of
yeah,
problems with its even military side when you don't really have an integrated, any sort of integrated system. When technically speaking, there is a NATO standard to artillery shells, but as it turns out, each and every European country has its own military industry, so they put their own little tweaks on artillery systems, which means that in practice, the artillery shells produced by individual European countries are not usable by the systems that each country produces, which Ukraine has painfully learned in the battlefield, that the shells received from one country did not work with the artillery systems provided by a different European country. That is just one
yeah.
of many problems that Europe has. And there is also no real unity within Europe when it comes to Ukraine and many other things. There's no, like, the biggest glaring examples are, of course, Hungary and Slovakia, right? Like, the fact that Slovakia has openly said, um, if you are going to be like this about the end of transit of gas to us, then we are going to just block your entry into the European Union. Even Poland has done this to an extent, which annoys me to no end. Oh, you will have to um, do the Volhynia massacre thing with us now, or else we will not allow you into the European Union. I think that's a
Mm,
horrible way to conduct international relations. I think it's very detrimental to long term relationships. And I think the biggest war, I understand why Polish people would want to commemorate the deaths of this massacre or even genocide, as some call it. But there are people in Ukraine dying right now, and I feel that should be the priority rather than blackmailing strong, uh, forcing Ukraine in a, when Ukraine is in a position of weakness, forcing Ukraine to do certain things, or else, for example, it will be more difficult or impossible for Ukraine to join the European Union. Not a I think that's a very bad way to conduct relations. But I am glad that actually Ukraine and Poland are making strides to have this topic resolved positively.
mm, yeah. I think that Zelensky's idea of like partial membership in NATO is probably going to be the most viable thing in the circumstances because, as you've said, it's kind of shown that Putin cares a lot more about Ukraine than any single thing as like the United West does.
Yep.
And that's quite sad because like in a situation where people are negotiating their undivided interest like that, their undivided attention, it's very clear that Putin's attention is completely on Ukraine, and European attention is a little bit like everywhere. Like people are trying not to have too many migrants. People are having not to get the far right elected. They're trying to like play both sides with
Oh yeah,
things,
right. You're
and
right. There's also for the rise of the far right in the European Union. That also is a pretty big detriment. The AFD. Have you seen the AFD interview with Elon Musk?
I didn't know they interviewed him, but I do know that he said something like, "Only the AfD can save Germany," or
Oh,
some shit
he
like that.
interviewed the chancellor candidate on Twitter. Yeah.
Oh,
And
that's
she
so
said,
stupid.
and she said,
Uh-huh.
"You see, we're being called Nazis. Our party is called. People say that we're like Hitler, but what people don't understand is Hitler was a communist, and he wanted to nationalize everything. And you see, we are the complete opposite of that. So how can we be like the Nazis if the Nazis, just like the name says, were National Socialists? You see, there you go. That
Well,
argument, unironically.
well, as a communist, I will very much disagree with her about what the Nazis were.
Or you're a communist. Well, you're basically like Hitler. You are Hitler.
Yeah.
Congratulations. You have the honor of being just like Adolf.
I find that such a weird thing to say because, I mean, the Nazis had private corporations, right? Like
that's not even true. Hitler was mostly pro private ownership. It's just that he controlled the private ownership. It's just.
It was like a mafia state in the sense that
sort of like that.
Yeah, you have oligarchs and you control the oligarchs
basically.
in like an intelligent way.
Yeah. Come on, communist. Come on. Let's get out of here with that.
Yeah. I love this.
Yeah.
I think it was Zizek in talk that said this, but a very stupid thing that happened in the gulags is that even if you were in the gulag, right, the Soviet Union at the moment that Stalin was around asked of you that you write a letter to Stalin on his birthday, right? Because it's still important in a sense in communism, even if you appropriate like the aesthetic of communism, to do this thing where you're still in some dynamic of consent with the people. You're doing this for the people, for the working class, right? And in the gulags, you wrote letters to Stalin on his birthday because it was still important to have this sense that we're all doing this for a cause. And like, can you imagine Hitler asking the Jews to write him like letters on his birthday? Like, oh yeah, thank you. Like, no. No, the Nazis did not care about like any sort of like human universalism, right? Which is a common aspect of both the liberal traditions and the socialist traditions.
Yeah. It's quite bad. AFD. AFD that famously said that Germany should be more friendly to its Nazi past, and that East Germany is actually Central Germany.
Oh.
Yeah. And one lady from the party said that she never uses the Polish names for those places that are now in Poland, only the German names.
Oh, that's so sad.
So there you go.
So they want to...
Like, I started joking around that maybe, who knows, maybe if the AFD wins, we'll just see another special military operation in Europe soon.
Yeah. The Pomeranians need democracy. I don't know.
Like, maybe we'll see maybe there'll be a second special military operation, this time in Poland by Germany. Who knows?
Yeah. I was an advocate of this a long time ago. Right now it's kind of pointless, but I wish we had banned banks for making donations to political candidates in Europe across the board in like the 2010s, because I think by not doing that across the board, we allowed for Russian banks to loan money to far-right parties. And that has kind of like gotten us in the gutter because, right now, a lot of the political forces for the far right that exist in Europe were essentially financed by Russia in a way, right? So now we're stuck with them because they've gotten to the point they've gotten, and we don't have all those many means to do something about it. But just overall, banks should not be able to make donations to political.
Well, now we have rich guys making donations and trying to influence European politics. See Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Poland has Poland has commented on it, saying, "We don't know if Elon Musk is going to try to influence our presidential election this year, but you know, we should probably take steps so that Polish people choose, not foreigners, and that is just illegal. Foreign interference is illegal in Poland.
Yeah,
That's it.
I think we've never had like an oligarch like Musk. Musk is very special in the sense that he's an oligarch, like a Russian oligarch, but he's in the United States. And because of the size of the American market, right? He's very much the kind of guy who can like bribe countries. You know, he
Yeah.
has the money to bribe a country. He has
And
Elon Musk has more.
I also feel like typically oligarchs at least try to not operate openly, like they keep themselves to the shadows, so to speak, and operate from within them, not just go out openly and say, oh yeah, this party good, this party bad, this country do this country do that, I'm Elon Musk.
Yeah.
You know? I feel like usually it's like we try to do this influence while you don't even know who actually does the influence. We know they're oligarchs, but you don't typically attach, oh, this guy influenced this, that guy influenced, you know, there is this group of people more like that do this sort of thing. In the Russia, at least,
Yeah,
I feel like.
he's very transparent about it. Actually, you're right about that.
And Elon Musk just
I don't.
goes, yeah, AFD is the only party that can save Germany. There you go. I endorse it. Boom. I'm rich.
Yeah.
And that interesting thing is that the AFD candidate went a little bit too far and said, you see, only Trump's, your administration can end this war. And I'm like, wait, Elon Musk's administration? Elon Musk has an administration now. That's interesting. That's,
yeah, he has like
the perspective.
The Department of Government Optimization, something like that. Government efficiency. Yeah.
Yeah.
The dog. He wants to, I don't know, cut costs, cut spending. Who knows? I don't know. I do like the idea of a Department of Government Efficiency because, in concept, you would want the airports that still are operating with fucking like Windows 98 to update their systems and stuff like that. But I know that's not what he's trying to do. He's trying to like save money on shit. That's not
going
gonna
back
be...
to the Zelensky thing.
Yeah. In fact, wouldn't you say that Poroshenko was kind of like this as well? Like very open about being an oligarch and just kind of what he wanted.
I guess. What were my highlights from this? I guess I'm a bit of a mean person.
Are you?
I'm a, well, people say that I'm not, but my highlight was when Zelensky said that Friedman's Russian was not very good.
I don't know. I'm not a Russian speaker. I'm trying to learn Polish because of my girlfriend. But,
oh, jak się masz?
Yeah.
Siema.
Jak się masz?
Tak. We could conduct this conversation in Polish if you want.
No, please don't. I don't have like an A1 in Polish. I'm not. Yeah.
Well, whenever you wish to practice, I'm always here.
Sure, thank you.
Biggest Polish trans streamer, always ready to.
It's Quebecois. No, I am not from Quebec. I just know a lot about your province. I read a bunch of books on your history and made a series about it, but I'm not from Quebec. Yes, I can speak French, but not Quebec French. I have like my very own accent, which is a mix of a bunch of things. Mostly because I've listened to like Pierre Elliott Trudeau for hours, and he has the heaviest Quebecois accent I've ever heard. It's like no 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 no. I don't know. He spoke like that.
But yes, but I did have a few, at least a few moments in that interview that I've personally enjoyed.
It made very clear to me that a lot of the conversations that we tend to have online, specifically on Twitter, are completely disconnected with the real needs of Ukraine. I think that uh, people in like NAFO and things like that should be focusing on harassing the US government, I would even say, to aid Ukraine as it needs to instead of buying like individual drones. A lot of these people are Americans, and I think their time would be better used advocating for like a Ukrainian change in strategy domestically and putting that money in actually changing the stances of policy drivers instead of the way I see they're using their time right now.
I think I think yes and no. Since I've seen coverage from journalists that go and embed with those military units, there are two facets to this. There's the immediate need, and there's the need for change. And unfortunately, in democratic countries, change takes time. So even if you advocate, like, people
Uh,
pressure the government does a vote, the vote goes by. We already know how it goes, considering how we've observed aid, and there's also immediate need. And it made me really sad when I watched a documentary from the front line of a journalist uh, being embedded in with Ukrainian soldiers, and there was a drone detector, right?
yeah.
And the narration said that the drone detector was given to the soldiers by volunteers. The means to detect drone danger by a military unit has been given to soldiers by volunteers in the biggest war since World War II. Let that sink in for a second.
Yeah, I would
Like,
say to that that's a problem that the government is failing to show up, right?
well, there's also, well, with Ukraine, which government? Because it's not like the government of Ukraine is not trying to equip its soldiers. It's like the Ukrainian
No,
government is not exactly withholding equipment from its military. We have all
no,
the
no, no.
equipment, but it's just a matter of us not wanting to give you the equipment.
I meant the coalitions, like American government, European governments. They're
Yeah.
failing to show up for
They're
Ukraine.
failing.
It's very
Like it's been a theme. It's been a thing on my small stream for a while now. That every opportunity I have to criticize the West, I do it. It's been an endless bashing fest of the West for me. How the aid has been mismanaged from the very beginning. How the aid has been small in quantity, very stretched out in time, often too late when already Russians have been able to adopt 5 times over. And it's frustrating. It's frustrating to no end how the West is proving to be far worse allies to Ukraine than North Korea, Iran, and China are to Russia.
yeah, because they've given them like military personnel and Shahed drones and a
This
bunch of
is
shit.
ridiculous that uh,
Yeah,
that Russia has more reliable allies than Ukraine by
yeah.
basically every single metric.
I would much prefer then if I was like the president of NAFO, uh, to organize NAFO to pressure states, because to the degree that you can do donations and fundraisers, uh, I think the U.S. government can like double and quadruple and quintuple down
Yeah.
on whatever you could individually give. I consider this as someone who has been doing BDS for a long time. BDS is like the boycott, divestment, and sanctions thing uh, for Israel, right? We have like a list of things we don't buy. very frustrating thing about participating in BDS is that we can very easily be curtailed by the American government because the American government can, with the strike of a pen, send $2 billion to Israel for defense, for offense, I should say. And
it
in those cases,
also frustrates. Yeah, you know, those cases. Just finish your thoughts. Sorry, I got a bit
yeah.
annoyed.
And I think that energy would be better spent with the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians are actually fighting a defensive war.
Yeah,
They do.
I get frustrated. I say this as a biggest Polish Jewish trans streamer. Okay, I get really frustrated with the whole Israel thing. That the moment missiles flew in, even in the direction of Israel, already NATO, boom, 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 it's all shut down, and Ukraine is just allowed to be bombed daily. And when even Poland suggested, hey, we could shoot down missiles and drones over Western Ukraine. There's not an okay to do it. There's just nope. You cannot. There's no way. And how aid is the difference between aid to Israel and to Ukraine also is very telling. It's all very. It is also a ridiculous thing that Russia, for the longest time, and I would argue still to a degree, is just being allowed to maintain escalation dominance when it comes to this war, because the West is so terrified of nuclear weapons that Russia is just allowed to, well, escalate endlessly without any consequence.
Yeah.
It's frustrating, especially since the West actually has, if it had a united front, that is, should, by all logical, if you look at the whole thing logically, the West should have de-escalation dominance over Russia, because the US has the nukes, and the West as a whole has an upper hand over Russia when it comes to conventional means of warfare. Let's not kid ourselves. The US is given a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of what it has to Ukraine, and even that allowed Ukraine to to give the Russian army quite a bad time. You know?
Is that perpetuating the war basically weakens Russia at the cost of no American soldiers. And it's kind of like fighting with someone else's army against an enemy that you're weakening short, right?
Well, weakening and no, because as time goes on, Russia also is allowed to strengthen itself in a way. It's allowed to learn from its mistakes. It's allowed to, the Russian military is learning, and it's been documented by Ukrainian and outside observers. Every time you will watch any sort of coverage from the war, whether or not it's by Ukrainian soldiers themselves, whether it's by foreign medics, they will all say as one, Russian soldiers are adapting, learning, and if Russia is allowed by some horrible strike of, let's say, Trump decides a bad deal, like freezing the conflict, Russia would just take what it learned, rebuild an army, go again, and this time it would be quite different than it was on 24th of February 2022.
I understand that. I guess I am a lot more skeptical of their ability to rebuild an army, considering that they are running out of people, right? Like their replacement rate is quite low.
Well, they have been holding back from doing significant mobilization. They've been relying on prisoners a lot, and not really Muscovite Russians when it comes to bolstering their forces. And now also friends
Yeah, I heard
from
that they had
North
reduced
Korea.
their preschool population by like 10%, which is crazy to me.
Yeah, I've
Like,
heard a bigger
18.
actually. I've heard a bigger figure that um, the Russian prisoner population, compared to a metric from some year, has halved. So
Okay.
there's so-called special contingents of people whose task is to go in and reconnaissance by jumping in and trying to detect where the enemy positions are, die or not die, who cares? And then the real units go in and fight.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, what Zelensky kind of made me sad about is that I got the idea that he does not really believe in Ukrainian victory. I think he desires it, but he thinks of it as completely unviable.
And whether or not Russia has the ability to rebuild depends really on one crucial thing: the sanctions.
Yes,
Whether or
yes,
not
yes,
they
yes.
continue.
The view I think Zelensky has is that his best shot is taking the part of Ukraine that is not yet Russia into NATO, and then negotiating a political transfer of the territories later with the help of the United States.
That
But
is what Zelensky wants,
yeah,
but that is not what's going to happen because Russia has rejected it time and time again, and even Trump has um, very, very recently vocalized that he understands why Russia would not want that and that Ukraine just cannot be in NATO.
yeah, that's sad.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it just goes to show just kind of what I said at the beginning, that Putin cares about Ukraine more than we seem to do, right?
Yeah.
And in a competition of attention, like, he wins.
Yeah. Of course, you can, within the European Union, you can look at individual countries and their attitude. The closer the countries to Russia, the bigger attention to Ukraine it will show. I think that since the Volhynia massacre thing has been pretty much settled, Poland will definitely be pretty aggressively pro-Ukraine moving forward.
I guess what worries me is that if you combine all of the, what's it called? The Visegrad group, the Baltics, and Ukraine together, you don't have like even like 20% of the EU GDP. You don't have like 20% of the EU population. So overall, it's like Eastern Europe still remains a relatively weak geopolitical agent within the European Union. So even
And
though
that's
they are
by
the ones
design,
who
I
are
would argue even.
really,
Yeah. The European Union has been working on creating a two-tier European Union, basically.
I do get the impression that they do this thing where they extract people and talent from their societies in order to take them to other societies, you know. I get the sense that this happens a lot with Greece, for example, where if you're Greek and you're talented and you're young, you have a better chance having the life you want to live moving to Germany than staying in Greece.
There's been this famous incident between Germany very recently and Poland where the Polish president said, let's just take the frozen assets, the frozen Russian assets, and give them to Ukraine, right? The 300 billion. And Scholz infamously shouted over the table at the Polish president, you don't understand how this would affect our European economical markets. You don't even use the euro. Stay out of this. So there you go. You have it. At the end of the day, it is what it is. That is what it is. That's the political will. Business as usual is far more important than meaningfully supporting Ukraine at the end of the day.
Yeah. I think using the frozen Russian assets, you could make the argument it could consist as a form of reparations, right?
Some
But
people said that,
it
yeah.
would, but it would be done without the consent of the Russians, and I think that's kind of what deranges them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. It should be done without the consent. Like, Russia will never agree to paying any reparation unless it's forced to it. Absolutely forced to it. They would never
In the
agree.
future. Yeah. Yeah, for the time being, I wish we could be more committed to the Ukrainians, but I also wish we could be more committed to the Palestinians. I wish, liberalism was
Yeah,
sincere to its values, but it
yeah,
does seem like we do live in a world of the realists, in a sense. We do live in a world of like cynical political calculation, and the cynical political calculation of Ukraine is that you can fight the Russians to the last Ukrainian, and if you do that, you do get like as the United States, let's say, all of the product for none of the cost, right?
yeah.
There's also some members of the American political elite that would like to court Russia as a potential ally against a
Against
rising
China.
China.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm sure that
I mean,
for the people who want that to be an open door, they would rather not like completely go knee deep into this thing.
I think this is where the European Union would be smart, and I doubt it will, to say, listen, we have this unified front. We could use, you need us against China. We could be an invaluable ally. We could be a far better ally to you than Russia against China. But in exchange, you better help us support Ukraine right now.
Yeah. I guess that's the concern, throwing Russia into the arms of China. There's also this idea that in a time, in a long gone
it's not a concern. Russia's already in the embrace of China. China actually likes the fact that the war is going on because Russia is in a very weak position and China is in the far better one. Like, China has been taking advantage over Russia definitely throughout this war.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it has come to that. I do believe that this is just kind of the world we live in right now, of the Russian-Chinese alliance. That's been more solidified than, well, many other things for a long time.
Russia,
But I
China,
don't.
Iran, North Korea as well has been massively, I would say, profiting from this whole situation.
This is something I really respect about you, by the way, which is that I get the sense that you're not a campist. In communism, we have this definition of campism, and campism basically means the people who believe that the world is divided into camps, right? So there's the imperialist core, and then there's the periphery, let's say. And if you're standing against the imperial core, then you do need to support whatever comes out of the periphery. And that is why sometimes you see like very far left people in the West who are sometimes aligned with Iran, right? Like
yeah.
what they're trying to do is like, I oppose the United States, and as someone who opposes the United States, I will side with whoever is like aiding me punch in this direction. And that's what in the left we call a campist.
Right.
It's like a way to say that they're an unsophisticated thinker. But I find that in NAFO too, I find that in supporters of the West as well, that are like, oh, we need to support the Saudis, right? Even if they're doing whatever they're doing in Yemen,
Right.
they're our allies. We need to support the Israelis, whatever they're doing in Palestine, they're still our allies.
I definitely do not support Israelis, whatever they do. And
Yeah. And I guess I respect that a lot about you, because even if you exist in this very close to this space of like Ukraine, you are very critical about every partner of the coalition. And I find that increasingly rare in the circles that I inhabit. I feel that NAFO, for example, has like a lot of uncomfortable connections with like hawkish anti-trans conservatives, you know. Yeah.
Being trans and the whole thing is its own little.
Yeah. So generally, I believe that a sophisticated thinker, someone who's like worthwhile considering in these things, is not a campist. Like the West is not a team that we should support and
You know quite a few political streamers, right? What sort of political streamers would you consider to be sophisticated thinkers if you have to name them?
I know more YouTubers than streamers. If I had to say streamers, I would probably say you, Dylan, and at some point in the past, I would have said aristocracy, but right now I think she's not.
Oh, aristocracy. That's
yeah. I don't like her. These days, I don't like her. But when she made videos about different things, I did respect her ability to think on other subjects.
The whole, Israel thing, unfortunate.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sad.
And I say that as, again, biggest Polish Jewish trans streamer. This is also my biggest criticism of the Ukraine, the Forging of a Nation. The author puts forward an idea that Jewish people are basically just a national identity, much like Germans, Polish people, Ukrainians, and any other nation. And I don't even know how to express how much I reject this notion.
Yeah.
I buy into the idea of Yiddishland.
Yiddishland.
Yeah, it's an actual idea that existed and exists still to a degree. I have a book. Hold on. I'm not sure if you can see me on camera. I'll be right back.
A long time ago, I worked with.
I have a book for everything. For every occasion, I have a book. Oops. No. It's a pretty fat book. Okay. It's a Polish book. It's called The New Spacious Yiddishland. Actually. It says here Yiddishland. And it's this idea. The Yiddishland is this idea that Jewish people are not really tied to any specific territory, any specific country, any specific national identity, but the Jewish people can exist anywhere, and the one thing that ties them together is their shared language of Yiddish. That's why Yiddishland. It's the whole...
Well, I would disagree with that in the sense that the only Yiddish speaker are the Ashkenazim.
Yeah.
But I do get the sense of that.
But then you have the Ladino. Ladino land is also a thing that I can support.
Yeah, Ladino. The way I see it,
but
there used to be...
sorry.
There used to be, during World War II, this group of Soviet volunteers. They were partisans. They were not part of the Soviet military. They were called the Bielski Otriad. They were mostly formed by Belarusian Jews and by, just generally Jews that happened to come together in an act of self-protection when the Nazis invaded Belarus. And they happened to see the fight, to the end of the war. They were very potent and very effective at what they did. And when they celebrated Passover, they had I suppose you've celebrated Passover before. You're Jewish, and at the end of Passover, what do we say? Like, next year in Jerusalem, right?
Yeah. It's a more complicated thing, though. The whole day of fear. Like,
the Bielski. No. Let me just finish by saying that the group, whenever they celebrated Passover, they said Jerusalem in the woods, right? Or something to the spirit of that, Jerusalem in the woods. And kind of the heart of that statement is sort of home is wherever you choose to make it, right? It's not about a land or a people. It's like wherever your family is, wherever you choose to live, wherever the land is open to you.
Interestingly enough, there was this aristocracy stream of all streams when I, in the chat, interjected that during the height of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which also coincided with the height of the Jewish Golden Age, Jewish people came to the conclusion the Jewish population in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, many scholars argue that was the biggest in the entire world at the time. Jewish people decided that there will never be a need to return to Israel, actually. That's not necessary anymore. That the Messiah, if he returns, will return to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, so Jewish people don't have to go anywhere, actually. And
I supported their
as bad as aristocracy is, she actually read that little chat comment and said that it's true. That was the case.
Yeah. I supported her before she started talking about Israel. I get the sense, I knew her a long time ago, right? Because her server used to be a Discord debate server, even before she was a streamer, called the Calliopean Club, and I was a member. I made a lot of friends there in like my first years of college and things like that.
Oh yeah. We're gonna discuss that in a moment, I guess, because there has been pretty bad elements about aristocracy even before her talking about Israel. The Canadian.
Yeah, she made a comment about like Canada,
the genocides and the mass graves, the schools. I'm not sure if you're familiar with her opinions on that one. That's a bit.
Oh, with Canadian history, I'm incredibly familiar. I think that what happened there is that it was found that there were corpses under certain churches.
The schools.
This is something that has been reported for a very long time. Residential schools of Native Americans.
The mass graves and aristocracy did on a whole argument that was not the case. She had a whole debate trying to defend it. That was very bad.
I think she argued that, if I remember right, that even if there are imperfections to Canada, like gaps in whatever makes Canada a society that is far from perfect, it still has like good things.
True, but I think you can make that argument with embracing the horrible genocides that a country does. Yeah, we did those things, and what makes us now a better society is that we can own those horrible things from the past and try to genuinely move on from them, not to pretend that it never happened or it was actually far better than people portray it. We're actually pretty cool and nobody ever suffered. There's no war in Basingse, etc.
Yeah, that's kind of what I hope the Russians eventually do with Ukraine. Like, own up that they conducted a war of genocide.
Oh, that Russia is so far away from that.
Yeah, one day. Let's hope one day. But to get back to aristocracy on this point, I do get the sense that in a time where people were mourning the fact that, Canada had perpetrated these massacres, she came in and said, well, yeah, but Canada is not all that bad. And like, as an immigrant who fled from South Africa or something like that, I do get the sense that I live a better life thanks to the fact I'm here and not there. And yeah, I guess the problem with that is that she made it about herself.
Yeah.
In a moment where it was very bad to make things about yourself, and
But also,
I guess it
it's
shows.
just like, of course, like the easiest answer in the world would be like, sure, I'm sure Nazi Germany was a great place for some, right? I'm sure there were people that could say, I just moved to Nazi Germany
Yeah,
and I feel like I have a better life here than I've had in whatever else place, you know? There definitely were people that could have said that.
yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, like sure was good to be a German in
Yeah.
1943. Like the war, what war? I'm chilling in a pool, right?
It was a bit more complicated. The war, eventually, the economic side of the war did reach the Germans as well, but
Yeah. I'm saying 1943. Yeah, that's like
but yeah, that
narrowing
the
down for.
argument of I moved from X to Y, and I have a better life, therefore Y is like it's basically a person that moves into the US, um, and
Yeah,
has a pretty cool life could say, oh, systemic racism. Whatever. I moved from a pretty bad place and it's pretty cool here, so I guess whatever, right?
yeah. I guess that's kind of my problem with Aries. As I started to learn more about her and the postures that she has, she's just very self-interested, I would say. Uh, her empathy. Well, I don't know. I don't know her personally all that much, but I do get the sense that uh, when it comes to feeling for other people, it's a lot easier for her to feel for herself first. And that's kind of a weakness in a political thinker, I think, because when you're dealing with political questions, you're necessarily dealing with the collective, with the matters of the collective, with the group, with solving problems for a group. And in that kind of situation, you can't limit your empathy to whoever is closest to you, to whoever is like
I
nearest to
feel
you.
like the
I think that's a difficult thing to ask of a Jewish person, because Jewish people, going back to like the 19th century, have always been asked to, to assimilate, to become more like the society that's dominating over them,
sort
to
of. Well,
leave
it
behind.
depends. It depends on the country. That has been less
Yeah,
the case in Eastern Europe for sure. It has been more pronounced in Western Europe, where assimilation has been the name of the game. But in Poland, in a lot of Jewish people chose either to be Zionists nor to assimilate. They chose to be simply Jewish people in Poland, and they felt that was okay. And I feel like this aspect of Jewish life is not the it's not really talked about. There was not really a choice between either assimilate or go Zionist. And there was the Bund
I
movement. The Bund movement was big, was huge in Poland. You
I
definitely are familiar with the Bund movement as a
I
person
am
who.
I am I am, yeah, but I guess I would say that Poland was like a very special uh, spot among the bunch
Yeah, but it
because the
was
majority.
also, and it's worth remembering, it was also at the same time the second biggest Jewish community in the entire world. So it
It
was a
was,
very significant spot.
but even then, it was what we call uh, a big minority, right? Like,
Yep,
uh,
a huge minority, in fact. Half of the
yeah.
people killed in the Holocaust were from this.
Yeah, no. I mean, it was a big minority in the sense it was big, but it was still a minority. The
Yeah,
vast majority of Jews in the world still were outside of Poland, right?
yeah, of course.
And those Jews overwhelmingly lived in societies that were very keen on assimilation. So, unless I were to meet a Polish Jew, for example, I would be very remiss to see that they have this kind of open-minded attitude, I would say. Even then, I would have my questions with many Polish Jews, given that the vast majority of prime ministers from Israel, right, have been of Polish Jewish descent.
Yeah,
Like, so clearly, even among the Poles, there existed this like
Yeah, but it was a very diverse. It was a very well, it was big, so it had to be also diverse. But
yeah.
even when discussing the history of Zionism, and I read this from an author that is favorable towards Israel, so that makes it even more powerful of a statement that the closest associate to Herzl, the person that is considered the father of modern Zionism, went to Poland
Yeah,
to try to persuade people to move closer to the movement. And the person wrote in his memoirs that Polish Jewish people are just strange, they're just weird, they're an anomaly. That uh, the poor Jewish people that pray X times per day and look towards the Zion, Jerusalem, uh, when asked to actually move to Israel, they oppose actively. They resist aggressively against that idea because religious reasons, right? There is a strong religious
yeah.
reason not to actually if you go into that argument and that all the richer enlightened Jewish people responded that any enlightened Jewish person will find the idea of Zionism disgusting. So Polish people will treat it as an anomaly when it comes to this topic.
Yeah,
A
yeah.
negative anomaly, mind you.
Even then, I would insist like Ben Gurion was Polish.
Well,
The
the
guy after Ben
situation
Gurion.
also kind of changed after the whole Holocaust business. We also have to take
Yeah,
that
yeah,
into consideration.
that is true, but I do need to like underline that, among Polish Jews there were still Zionists,
Like
and I
the
don't say this
Polish,
to like,
like we have to remember, the Polish Jewish community has been completely wiped out during World War II. It stopped existing. Whatever existed before the war has been cleaned. It's like
yeah,
Jewish. It has been a minority, but it still consisted a sort of society within society with its institutions, theaters, coffee shops, with cinemas, books, a rich amount of press, literature, whole neighborhoods that were Jewish. That not just people were erased. The city itself was erased. All the Jewish quarters, all the buildings, all the everything. It was all erased from the city to the people. It's like we have to understand that whatever was there before the war, it has ceased to exist, and all that is left to this day
yeah,
within even the Polish consciousness is this feeling of a gaping hole after what has been and just it seems cannot be um, it cannot be brought back.
yeah, for sure. I understand that there are still like small villages that still have like Jewish majority communities, but they're very small.
Yeah. So
I guess I will do give you
like
a
people were radicalized also by this. Like the people that survived were Zionist militants, which were a thing during World War II, and those who survived went on to Israel, and they became those awful, horrible politicians that you mentioned.
Yeah, I understand that. Even then, I would say that the idea of Zionism is kind of
Horrible.
weakened. No, weakened by the fact that the vast majority of the Jewish community lives outside of Israel.
Though also by the
Like,
fact that it doesn't really defend Jewish people. And that it was very
yeah.
discriminatory against Jewish people that survived the Holocaust. That Zionism, from its inception, separated Jewish people to the new Jewish people and the old Jewish people. The old Jewish people being part of the diaspora. That first thing that Israel did was to ban Yiddish as a language, basically driving it to extinction. This is why the famous Polish Jewish author Isaac Bashevis Singer has been a persona non grata in Israel because he insisted on writing in
Speak.
Yiddish. his literature. He was an author, famous author, and he was not a huge fan of Israel himself. He ended up moving to the United States, and he died in the United States. He wrote his books mainly focus on describing pre-World War II, post-World War II, pre-World War One, post-World War One, Poland, and how Jewish people basically lived there.
Yeah, I do. I guess my point was more that, Zionism makes the case that the Jewish people need a state. Otherwise,
Zionism makes that argument that the forging of a nation makes that Jewish
but you
people
don't
are
really,
a national identity. Basically.
But that's like self-evidently wrong from the fact that the vast majority of Jews live outside.
I think it's from my perspective that is a fundamental misunderstanding of what Jewishness is and what it is not, and Jewishness is not a national identity in the sense of being Polish or German, definitely.
I guess I would understand it more like an ethnicity, right? In the sense that you can be...
you can make an argument like that much closer. Although you can... it's all intertwined, because technically speaking, you can just convert to Judaism and become Jewish.
I guess, but you can also convert to ethnicities in a way, right? Like many cultures have rites of assimilation and things of that sort.
Sort of. People don't take that into account when discussing nation states and their formation as well.
I guess, yeah. I guess it would be difficult to make the case that you can, for example, become black, right? Like, but
I mean, there's the history of the.
The Pulse in Haiti. Is that what you're gonna mention?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. I'll let you tell.
They stood up against Napoleon during the uprising. I guess it was an uprising in Haiti, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Polish people fought on Napoleon's side, and they realized that Haiti people are fighting for the same thing as Polish people are. So they switched sides, fought against Napoleon's forces, and they were granted by the newly independent Haiti the status of black people, basically.
Yeah. The more punctual the story goes is that Napoleon wanted to reinstate slavery in Haiti, and Dessalines kind of opposed it. So he sent a contingent, like a French fleet, to discipline the Haitians. And when the troops landed and they were supposed to fight, the Haitians, the Haitians were singing La Marseillaise. That is kind of the anthem of the French Revolution. And the Poles, who kind of understood themselves as people who were recently freed, from Russia, started to look at that and said, like, wow, this is kind of bullshit, right? Like, we're being sent to do the imperialist work of France, but to another people. And so they deserted from the contingent and they fought alongside the Haitians. Yeah. And right now, their descendants still live in Haiti. Yeah. There is a Polish Haitian community, and they're very nice, very beautiful people.
Yeah, and they have been given the legal status of being black.
Yeah, they were given the legal status in the Constitution of Noir, and that it goes into the complicated racial hierarchy that existed in Haiti, but that was basically in the context of the Haitian Revolution being given full citizenship in the understanding of the law, like they gained black status. Yeah.
Also, Fake Calical Parker asked me some time ago. I'm finally here. So Lucy, when are you doing that NFT stream you told me in private you wanted to do? Right now. Right now, the NFT is on screen and emoting from time to time.
Yeah.
The
I have other
stream is right now.
Yeah. So I need to protect my face. I'm sorry, I talk a lot of shit.
It's
my
like
reputation.
I used to protect my face, but then I made this promise that if I ever have 50 consecutive viewers, I'll do a face reveal because I thought that's an impossible goal. There are like 11 people here now, but then I got raided and there were 50 people, and I did not take that into consideration.
That's nice. Yeah. I believe you were a VTuber before, right? I'm a VTuber still.
Have you seen
Yeah.
my VTube avatar?
I saw it. Yeah. This is like probably a story you won't be fond about, but when I saw your channel first, I started browsing through your most popular videos, and one that was pushed to the top, thanks to like the absolute spam of comments that it had, was one that was rated by Bad
Ban
Empanada.
Empanada, yeah, the one when I was
Yeah.
streaming playing Doom. Hey, react to this. Oh, okay. And I reacted. Bad
Yeah,
Empanada made a video about me.
I don't like that guy. I'm gonna
Yeah,
be
I
real.
do. I mean, he called me a pedophile on his video. So yeah, I'm not fun.
I get the sense that he's just a bully. You know, like there are people who are motivated by I don't know. You know what I like about VTubers? That I'm among VTubers it's very normal that you just dislike someone and you're petty and you're bad to them and you try to ruin them.
Okay,
But
I
it's
don't
so
want to ruin anyone.
no, wait. But it's always from a place of like
Of
personal
love.
gripes, you know. It's never a bigger thing. It's just that you hate someone. It doesn't have to be more complicated than that. It's just always a very personal, petty thing. People see it for what it is. And among VTubers, it's often criticized, right? As this thing that is kind of like a poison in the community, the drama tubers, the
Yeah.
VTweeters, as they're called. But I feel that in the politics, you know, what's called Twitch poll and YouTube politics and what have you, we are the same kind of person. But because we have this facade of political reasoning sometimes, we have many people around us that are actually just bullies and actually just want to harass and annoy people. But because they're doing it with like a political tint, they can justify themselves behind this idea that they're doing it for a higher purpose. You know, I'm doing it for the cause.
Right.
I'm being a bad person because being a bad person somehow aids the world get better. And I get
By
the sense that
AIDS, the world being better, I mean it sort of it acts as a propaganda piece for the bloc that I'm supporting.
Yeah. And Bad Empanada is basically that, right? Because even though he's made video essays that I would say that I have enjoyed, his work is poisoned by the fact that a lot of his activity is just harassing people, talking ill about people, going after like 12-year-olds on Twitter, you know, fighting just whoever he wants to fight. He's fought vegans, he's fought his own audience, he's fought like the list is endless, really. Like you'd imagine that someone that was like a successful YouTuber would be a happier person, but apparently not. So, yeah.
Well, success and happiness are not always things that come hand in hand.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess I think of it from a place of gratitude, right? Because if you have a group of people who have grouped around you and respect your thoughts, I think the least you can do is respect them back.
Right.
And
I hope I respect the people that watch me. Do you
Yeah,
feel
yeah, yeah,
respected, people that watch me? Write in the chat. Make yourselves known.
And like making yourself a clown in the eyes of others, you know, injuring your credibility by being like a jackass, right? It's like it demeans what you do. At least I would feel.
I like to believe that I'm not a jackass, but I'm not above I'm not above acting like a clown.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about Bad Empanada here because yeah, I do get the sense that he's just a jackass. Like he's just out there to make people suffer, like a VTuber drama channel.
Yeah.
But because he has like a veneer of a political education, he can hide his very awful.
His following is not
very-
that like people comment under this video of mine till now. I think people still comment under
Yeah.
the video.
He has networks, let's say, where he rates people. Like it's organized. It's known that it's organized. So don't feel bad about it.
It's I mean it's the biggest engagement that I've gotten.
Yeah, it's pretty pathetic when someone has like, you know, like networks, I guess, email lists. They could be Discord pings, they could be whatever, where they essentially call on a bunch of people to say, go make negative comments on this person's content, so they get demotivated, right? I know a YouTuber with whom I disagreed lots, but we're still on like semi-regular communication, called Short Fat Otaku.
Oh.
And right now he's being kind of cancelled by his far-right community. And a lot of the things that they do, from the impression that I get, is that they send people to raid his gaming streams. So yeah, you know, like these kind of networks where it's just people organizing to harass others, they exist. They're normal on the internet. It's sad that this is the case, but it is.
I also have my army of 12 people right now who I can just raid whatever and I will raid. Yeah, they will be my raiders. Yeah, but going back to the Zelensky interview, because this is a very diverse conversation.
Yeah. Anyway, I fuck aristocracy and fuck Bad Empanada, right?
Yeah, not very...
Same people, as far as we know. They're probably just clones. You take the mask, it's the other person behind it.
That's true. What's like, okay, like give me, before we return to the interview, give me your ranking of two rankings, positive ranking of streamers and negative ranking of streamers, political, of course, because we're we're in political sphere here.
I don't know them all that well, but you would be on my first places.
Really?
Yeah, let me look up political Twitch. I want to know who's political Twitch. Where do I see like the list? Political Twitch streamers. I don't know. I think I dislike more. I dislike more people than I like them among political streamers. Like, I see someone called Mudri Orc.
I have no idea who that is.
Prostopotomuchto, SPB 1703, SEH9.
I guess I'll just name the ones that I know, okay? And you'll tell me negative or positive, okay?
Sure.
Destiny.
Negative.
Vosh.
What I've seen, I'd say negative.
Xanderhall.
I don't know Xander. Oh no, I know Xanderhall through Cherry, who used to be her editor, and I've heard very bad things from Cherry, so no.
I think we've probably heard the same things, and I think they became public knowledge at this point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, those bad things, they became public knowledge some time ago. Very, very, very strange things.
Yeah. I guess I will elaborate on Vosh, because I get the sense that some people would probably like not get this on their own, but I get the sense that Vosh is like a pure consequentialist. determined entirely by subjectivity. And I don't like pure consequentialism. I think if you're a pure consequentialist, you have a price for anything, right?
Yeah.
So if I told you, if you kill this baby, you will cure hunger in a country, right? Like, would you kill the baby?
Right.
You should be at least uncomfortable with the question, I believe.
Yeah.
And he's not comfortable with consequentialist questions. He's very much the better the gooder, I would say. And yeah, I am a leftist too. I would think he and I would agree on most policy positions, but I don't like that he's motivated by pure consequences. I think that can make a person very, very difficult and cruel. You know, like I would say someone like Stalin, for example, was more or less motivated by pure consequences. You know, like I'm doing bad things, but for the greater good of a future I'm not going to see. But the people in the present are not important. You know, what's important is the future.
Well, I think it was more.
I don't like it.
I
I don't
think
like that.
it was more vicious with him, but.
No, sure. I'm giving like a communist interpretation of his actions, but sure, you can continue naming people, getting me in trouble.
President Sunday.
I don't know him actually. I know he does like reply stuff, but I've never seen one.
Loner box.
Don't know him either. Oh no, we were on a stream together once, but he was super quiet, and I felt very awkward because I was speaking a lot. So I don't know. I just get the sense he's kind of quiet.
He's not.
I don't.
What else do we have here?
Yeah, he was in complete silence. I was with Stardust. Yeah.
Stardust.
Stardust?
Oh, yeah.
I think she has very normal politics, I think.
Yeah.
And I don't say that in a good way. I think she has like normie politics. I don't know.
Not so erudite.
I'd say not so erudite. Oh, I like her psychology stuff. I haven't seen like her political stuff. I know she's connected to Destiny, so I don't think we would mention things.
Dylan Burns.
I like Dylan. I do feel positive about Dylan. Though, because of you, I think we had a bit of a private disagreement over China. But I'm not sure.
Yeah?
Yeah, over China, Taiwan.
What happened?
He DM'd me a couple of days later. I don't know, maybe he would watch your stream on like the quiet. But we did have a conversation about like how we see the conflict differently.
Are we able to come to a conclusion?
We very much agree that Taiwan has like a right to self-determination, but I think he's very much a like America good guy, and I'm a very America bad girl. So yeah, we did come to friction over the reasons why we believed how the self-determination should be exercised.
Right. Kid
Yeah, because he.
Yeah, because he.
I don't know, Kid Not Kin.
Okay, because he.
Because he.
Yeah, you were saying I interrupted your thought about your conversation.
Oh. I guess or the core of our disagreement is that Dylan believes that if there was a new invasion of Taiwan, you know, if there was like a new war, it would be a new war. And I see it as like a continuation of the Chinese Civil War, which is a frozen conflict. And that might seem like a very stupid, like terminological difference, like a language difference.
I guess I'll chime in a moment.
Yeah. It might seem like a stupid language difference, but the nuance of the matter is that if I'm right, then the Chinese Civil War is like an internal conflict, and whatever happens with Taiwan is like an internal issue. But if Dylan is right, then it would be very much a Ukraine situation where a country invades another independent country. And I think we didn't see eye to eye in the end about that. And that's the core for disagreement, but we do both believe that the Taiwanese have a right to self-determination and that whatever happens, the right has to be respected.
I think, and unfortunately, I think, unfortunately, that I agree with Dylan Burns there. That it would be a new war, that it's not an internal conflict of China. It's similarly, I think that as much as we can say that technically speaking, North Korea and South Korea have a frozen conflict that has never ended from the Korean War, I feel like if North Korea, for whatever reason, invaded, gathered up an army, etc., and invaded, I would say that we would also have to treat it like a new conflict between North and South, not just.
I've heard people make that argument, but I know it's not universally believed.
Well,
I see, for example,
such is the
that
case with
even among
many arguments.
no, let me elaborate my case. I'm not just relativizing your position. My case would be that if you look at Ukraine, for example, right, there are many people who insist that we understand this war from the perspective that this really started in 2014, right? Like this has been going for a long time. It's
Yeah,
not just that
it has.
Russia
Yeah,
woke
I understand it
one.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like Russia woke up one morning in like anger and decided to like punch the Ukrainians in 2022.
Yeah.
It's actually something that's been going back to a long time because of a conflict that had like a quiet phase and then a louder phase. And with the Chinese Civil War, I would very much see it that way.
Well, that's the
Because,
problem
you know,
with that. The problem with this comparison is that when it comes to the war in Ukraine, if we trace it back to 2014, it never actually completely froze. There was ongoing conflict, armed conflict going on for 10 years. It never actually stopped within those eastern regions. It has been an ongoing thing. The actual fighting.
Similarly with similarly with Korea and with China, you do see that the conflict has not stopped, right? Like maybe they're not exchanging fire.
Yeah, but
they are
that's a crucial difference because Ukraine and Russia have been exchanging fire all that time. There has been battles. The armies have been involved. That never stopped. There are veterans of the war right now that say that they've been still alive. Of course, they're not that many of them are alive, but there are people that say I've been fighting actively since then, and now I'm continuing actively fighting. You know.
Yeah, to that end, I would say that taking of flags out of islands and just like violating claimed borders such as maritime territory.
Yeah, I mean, true, but like that's not the same as an active conflict because then we would have to, we would have to say that China is basically in an active conflict with Japan and Vietnam as well.
I would differentiate between a border dispute and a border dispute with an entity that you don't recognize as like a legitimate territory, right? Because the United States has like 4 active border disputes with Canada, right? That's something that's not very widely known. But even then, there are 2 countries that have like relations.
Yeah, but they're not at war. But keep in mind, these border disputes between Japan and Vietnam are like there have been real tensions there, like ramming of boats, military being put on alert, etc. It's not just purely we dispute this territory. Oh no, my good old chap, that's not the case. It's not your territory. Oh well, we'll have to discuss it. It's a bit more. There's a lot more actual military tension there between these Asian countries.
Yeah. I understand that, and I would say that precisely for that reason, the Taiwanese dispute is hotter than you know.
Like especially
And if it
Vietnam. Especially Vietnam is very afraid of China at all times.
yeah.
Because Vietnam has been occupied by, and that's, again, China could wake up one day and decide, you know what? Actually, Vietnam is not its own thing. It has been a part of China for 1,000 years, which is a long time to be part of a country.
Yeah.
You know?
I guess my point is more that in regards to Taiwan specifically, what makes it a frozen conflict is precisely the fact that nobody has really come to end it, and they're still exchanging hostilities, right? There's no firepower. In that sense, I would say that there is like a qualitative difference between the conflict in Donbass when it was like a smaller scale conflict. But I will say that from the perspective of the contenders, it's still like a conflict in the full spirit of a conflict, you know?
I think that if one of the sides basically says it takes two to tango, right? I think if one of the sides says basically we've broken out of, like we've broken away from you, we're our own thing right now. You can still say that it's just a frozen civil war. We don't see it that way. We are our own country right now. We're just a hostile outside force right now. Then I don't think we can just turn around and say no, you're wrong. You're actually part of this, and it's us. You're part of a frozen civil war, and whatever you say is just incorrect.
I would completely agree with you if that was what Taiwan was doing, because they still claim to be the Republic of China, for all intents and purposes.
Well, there's also the matter of what Taiwan can and can do openly, right?
Yeah, but for practical purposes, we do have like a Taiwanese.
Yeah, but even the U.S., that is basically, for all intents and purposes, an ally of Taiwan, is pretty careful on how openly it supports it, right? There's a whole game that has to be played because the cold reality is that China is just pretty strong and also has nukes.
Yeah. I guess that's what kind of bothers me about this all is it's a very cynical setup. Everyone's kind of dancing around China, and I wish we could just resolve it. I believe in some ways that is naive, but the ideal solution for me would Taiwan eventually negotiating with China and out. I think increasingly there's will in Taiwan for that. I think we are at a point where.
So yeah, I would in that dispute of yours that you had in private, I would actually side with that it would be, in my opinion, not an internal conflict, but a fight between two.
I know I have a minority opinion on this matter. I it's fine. Yeah. To the point.
But returning to the point of what?
No. That's the extent of what I was going to say.
Okay, so now we can sort of rile it back to the, bring it back to the interview.
The interview.
Yeah.
I think I said what I wanted to say about the interview. Like really.
Yeah.
I'm very happy that Zelensky is not a campist. He's very realistic about what he wants Ukraine to do.
He has to be. He at the end of the day, he has to be. The survival of his country and people depend on it. He cannot afford to do it any other way.
Yeah, he's very sober. He's very clear about the fact that Russia is fighting a war with lies. They're fighting a war with false motives.
Yeah.
They directly lie to people and to information centers. about what they actually want,
And I really don't appreciate questions at this stage of, oh, can you just forgive Russia?
yeah, it's like cynical, you know. Talking to my girlfriend, I also got the sense that Russia is just kind of not a normal country, right? At least right now.
Well, it has a very
And
specific set of political circumstances for sure.
yeah, and we can't really negotiate with Russia as we would negotiate with a country that was
As we would call it, a good faith actor, yeah.
yeah, exactly. And in that sense, you know, kind of like with a relative that you can't leave but you also don't like,
Yeah.
it's important to be able to set boundaries that are enforceable.
And unfortunately, Donald Trump has a pretty bad track record when it comes to
Yeah.
negotiating with these sort of countries. We've all seen what happened when he went to North Korea, declared himself an amazing victory in negotiation and a great deal that he got. Went home and North Korea just basically laughed and did its own thing anyway.
Yeah. I would say that yeah, we need to treat Russia with strong boundaries. And sadly, the United States, as Zelensky sees it, because Europe is not in a position to like do that right now. It's like the only actor that can do something about it.
Yeah, this is
And
why I'm.
yeah, listening.
This is why I'm frustrated with the whole gas thing. This is why I'm frustrated with the whole business as usual strategy that.
That Europe has taken, yeah.
Yeah, that a lot of Europe has taken. Some countries a lot more than the others. Let me see. Would you like to look over the few topics that I've got prepared because they're tied into it?
Sure thing.
All right, let me see. Let me check the browser. Opera. I should have it somewhere. Polish defense. Why don't I?
Yeah, I will underline that. That's something that we need to do online in general, right? Fight against the impulse to be a campist.
Yeah.
Because I think the better of a thinker you are, the less you seek inconvenient allies. The less you seek to put yourself in a position where you have, just like friendships of convenience, you know?
Yeah.
And I believe that even among streamers, to the extent that I've seen it, that tends to be a problem.
What tends to be a problem?
When sometimes people approach others just because it might be useful for their streaming and not because they care about them necessarily.
Right, yeah.
And I think I've gotten the sense that a few friendships have fallen apart among some people that I know do political streaming precisely because of this sort of thing, you know, where they were like half compromised. Oh, look, there I am presenting the news.
Yes, and I'm gonna share the page with you so that we can be on the same page. Hold on.
Sure thing.
One moment.
Polish defense minister wants to unleash the EU military industry in 2025.
Well, we're doing a different one now. See, there's a delay.
Oh.
We're doing the gas one.
Okay.
There you go. Russia accuses Ukraine of attempted drone attack on Turk Stream gas pipeline. You're familiar with the whole gas situation, how Ukraine has ended the
Yeah, they waited until January to cut the flow of Russian gas to Europe.
Yes, they ended the transit deal. It expired. They did not prolong it, and thank you, Greater Ink. And a lot of consequences have come through this, through Slovakia, that has most infamously, Slovakia has said that it will lose a lot of money because of the alternatives that it will have to pursue, which, among others, this thing that we're talking about right now, this thing from the article, is one of those alternatives. Slovakia says we're losing 500 million euro because of what you did. So unless we can talk about renewing the Russian gas through Ukraine, we will, one, not provide electricity to Ukraine. We will not treat refugees well anymore. And there was one, and we will not send humanitarian aid to Ukraine anymore. Those are the things that Slovakia, and we will block your accession to the European Union. That is, I believe, is one of the newest. No, that threat came from Hungary, actually. That was the reaction of Hungary. Hungary threatened that it will block the accession to the European Union because Hungary was another party that was angry about this whole thing.
Yeah.
So now we are here. Russia accuses Ukraine of attempted drone attack on Turk Stream gas pipeline, one of the two last bastions of Russian gas entry into Europe. The Turk Stream and the Blue Stream, which both go under the Black Sea into Turkey and from there go into other Europe, into Europe. Okay, we're gonna read a bit and then we're gonna comment on what we will have read. All right.
Sure.
Russia said on Monday it had downed 9 Ukrainian drones that tried to attack part of the infrastructure of the Turk Stream gas pipeline, through which Russian gas flows to Turkey and Europe. The Russian Defense Ministry said the attack was aimed against a compressor station in the Krasnodar region of southern Russia, but the facility was working normally and there were no casualties. Reuters could not independently confirm the incident, and there was no immediate comment from Ukraine. So I guess my first topic for this for this whole article that we're reading would be, if it was even the case that Ukraine would have targeted these pipelines, would that be fair of Ukraine? I mean, the aim is to cut off Russian gas from Europe, after all. Would that be fair play on Ukraine's side or not?
It would be unconventional warfare, for sure. The way I see it, Ukraine has a right to self-defense. It is questionable how much of that right to self-defense means destroying the total capabilities of attack of your enemy by also doing things that will injure the economy of civilians and what have you, right?
Well, the Russian economy is war economy.
Yeah. But we are at a point where this has happened before, right? Like Nord Stream is gone, the oil refineries in Belarus and Russia are also gone. So, given that the Ukrainians are fighting an asymmetrical conflict, right? And they're fighting essentially for the survival of the state, I think they are doing something that every actor has at this point come to understand as like a tolerable measure.
I think so. I think it's fair game on Ukraine's side if it was the target. Because, let's face it, Russia has been attacking Ukraine's energy grid for some time now, has eliminated a lot of it. And
Why are trans people online always so angry?
No,
We're two trans.
let's not ignore it. Let's ignore it for now. We're doing the bit. We're doing the segment. Let's.
Okay. Sure.
I saw it too. I chose to for now.
Yeah.
I saw that.
Whatever.
But I think it's fair. Like Russia's using all measures that it can, trying to freeze out Ukrainian people, trying to attack all sort of electric or any other means of anything from Ukraine, really. And let's be honest, Russia's economy is wartime economy. Gas is one of Russia's main, along with oil, ways to fund the war. And I think if the goal really is to stop Russian gas flow to Europe, that would be a logical extension of that, to try to damage the last remaining Russian oil, no gas in this case, pipelines, right?
I will say,
the Russian gas / oil empire, right? It would make sense to try to damage it, in my opinion.
it makes sense. I don't know. I am limited in my ability to comment on this because I am not a war focused person. Yeah, I guess my most stereotypically female trait is that I don't like violence. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't like thinking about it. So,
like, I think if that's
you're
the goal, then I think that I personally think that it's fine to.
If I could make like a war economy argument for this, then I would say that you're right, right? Like you want to destroy the offensive capability of your opponent, if not your opponent. And it's very much the case that Russia makes its money basically selling gas, and that gas goes back into funding an army, especially at these times. And that's not something that,
It's basically
if you're looking,
that is also basically why it was such a ridiculous ask from Slovakia to say, "Oh yeah, you should, unless you continue transit for your territory, which goes to fund the war against you, we will punish you by not giving you electricity that you need because of said enemy that tries to destroy you, and we will treat the refugees that have to be in our country because of said enemy that tries to destroy you." It's a really ridiculous argumentation all around.
I think an argument I often see made as a point of sympathy for Hamas is that Hamas is fighting like a very asymmetrical war with Israel, right? And if you're a person in a position where you're trying to resist a genocide, you do need to fight with like whatever resources that you have, and some of those resources will be imperfect or like morally dubious.
There are at least a few problems with this argumentation.
Yeah,
for
I
Hamas.
would say, I would say that I don't agree at all, right?
Yeah.
With
this assertion.
Hamas or how they proceed to involve civilians and situations of the sort in that. But I think that if you're going to target infrastructure, if you're going to target, like the means of your opponent to harm you, let's say, this is like the most legitimate version of whatever this could be.
Yeah, because with Hamas, we would have to get into the whole conversation that, at least in my opinion, Hamas is not really a pro-Palestinian force to begin with. Hamas is a pro-Hamas force, if anything.
I would make the case that if there is a situation where there's like asymmetrical warfare and you're the smaller person defending yourself, then you do have to get creative sometimes with how you fight.
Mm-hmm.
And these like attacking the Turk stream seems like one of those things, right? Like getting creative with how you fight.
Mm-hmm.
And from the point of view of the Ukrainians, I think they're tired, They're tired of like the chain of broken promises that the West has made, and I understand wanting to take your own initiative in this situation.
Yeah. Let's see. Turk Stream and Blue Stream, which run under the Black Sea to Turkey, are Russia's last routes for supplying pipeline gas to Europe. And again, which makes it perfectly sensible, in my opinion, to target those. After Ukraine, at the start of the year, refused to renew a 5-year transit deal that had allowed Russia to keep pumping gas across its territory despite the war between the two neighbors. The Russian statement said falling fragments from one drone had caused minor damage to the building and equipment of gas metering station at the compressor, but emergency teams had quickly repaired it. The gas pipeline begins at Ruskaya Russian compressor station outside the city of Anapa and runs to Keykoy in Turkey and then onto Europe. Compressor stations are used to stabilize the pressure and flow rate of gas, which I guess these pipelines are the means of through which Slovakia supposedly continues to receive gas, and that is the means through which Transnistria hopes to get gas back, because I assume you're familiar with what's happening in Transnistria right now.
Transnistria, if I understand it right, it's like a Russian attempt to colonize Bessarabia.
Moldova. It's a
Well,
breakaway. It's a it's a breakaway
the
region of Moldova. Yeah.
Yeah, the region of Bessarabia. There's like a passage there that was like strategically important, and during the Soviet Union, the Russians settled a bunch of people there, and they're like a generally pro-Russian population.
Well, they might not be for long if this keeps up, because like this region, this breakaway region of Moldova has also been deprived from gas after this cut off at the start of the year. And Moldova, of course, has been cut from Russian gas. And Transnistrian industry has completely collapsed. Apart from food production, no industry is currently operational in Transnistria. People don't have heating, people don't have hot water, and are faced with daily blackouts of at least 8 hours. So, and
that doesn't sound.
Transnistria has also refused Moldova's proposal to get gas from Europe, because they said, no, we will wait for Russia to resume. But Russia, for now, as far as we know, has, for all intents and purposes, completely abandoned Transnistria to its own fate. So this is where we
are. I guess it's the problem of being allied with Russia, right? It's like the Assad problem.
Yeah.
If Russia gets PC, like, you won't get the help you want.
Yeah. That is basically the Assad. That is well put.
Well, it seems like a logical strategy. I would declare myself like really not aware enough of how wars are fought to comment.
No, I think it's fair game to damage Russia's gas, because let's also be honest, Russia doesn't just use gas as a means to supply its war. Russia has for the longest time used its gas as a form of enacting soft power on other states. It has done it even with Ukraine in the past, when when Ukraine would fall out of line, Russia would cut off gas to Ukraine and sort of force it to fall back in line. And that is something that this economic pressure of gas has been a way, a very much a weapon in Russia's hands, and I think that depriving Russia of that weapon is very much a legitimate strategy overall and good for the region long term.
I have to see, because I do know that the Russians have like this way of getting their gas to Europe via India. So, I mean, it's a complicated triangulation, but it does happen, and Russian gas will continue to find its way through Europe in my mind. But if it's made harder, it's a good thing if it's made harder.
It has to be kept. It has to keep being made harder and harder. It just has to, in my opinion.
Yeah, sure. Like, as a way to win the war, it's like a relatively harmless. Yeah, it doesn't kill civilians in Russia.
No.
And it doesn't. It injures mostly the assets of the Russian state. So, if they did do this, I would see the strategic value of it. I wouldn't be able to comment on the morality. I guess in the sense that it helps Ukraine win a defensive war, I would say that's like a good thing.
Yeah. I think it's I personally think it's a good thing.
Sure.
But we discussed the European. Yeah. Are you still good to go, or are you tired?
I'm a bit tired, but I can stay probably for like 20, 15 minutes if you want to talk about something else.
All right. I guess we'll do one more topic, because I myself have been streaming for... How long have I been streaming for? Jesus. It cannot be that I've only streamed for... Okay. For a second there, my YouTube thing was like, oh, you've been streaming only for an hour. And I was like, what? That's... No. I've not been just streaming for an hour. Come on.
That's 4 hours ago. You started 4 hours ago.
Yeah. So I guess we'll do one more thing and then we can wrap it up, right?
Sure.
We've discussed... Let's go with my title, so that I can actually fulfill the promises of my stream.
Sure.
Slovakia protest over... Well, maybe we'll do the Romania protest. Which one would you rather, Slovakia or Romania? Pick your team.
I am admittedly not familiar with either, so I'll let you choose. I think...
we have an article on one, so let's choose the...
We already discussed Romania, I think.
Oh, okay, Slovakia. So Slovakia is quite simple. It's the citizens being angry because Slovakia has been increasingly pro-Russian, anti-European Union, anti-Ukraine. It has stopped any sort of, after Fico's rise to power, it has stopped any support military-wise to Ukraine. It has mocked its citizen for even attempting to, on its own, try to gather money to support the Czech initiative to buy artillery rounds. It has been heavily dependent on Russian gas. It has repeatedly, after the start of this year, threatened Ukraine with consequences because of the stopping of the transit. It has taken more and more and more aggressive pro-Russian and anti-Ukraine position. It has visited... Fico has visited a few times already Vladimir Putin, talking about their friendly relations together, how Putin has stated that Slovakia could be a very good intermediate in possible peace talks. And Slovakian citizens are tired of it. They're protesting on the street saying, we're not a Russian colony. We're tired of your pro-Russian policies. We don't like what's happening. That's basically the TLDR.
Why would Slovakia be pro-Russia to begin with?
That's because its government is. The citizens are clearly not, because they're protesting on the streets.
And why is the government pro-Russian?
Because it's probably it sees it as profitable to them. That's the only thing. Similarly to Hungary, why would Hungary be pro-Russia? It is, you know. It's because of the leadership has it as profitable towards their own self-interest.
Okay, I see.
Yeah,
It's kind of sad that we're seeing that in Europe a bit.
it is.
You know, this kind of cynical actor that's in it, kind of like Georgian Dream, you know, where
Yes, Georgian Dream is a perfect example of this sort of.
Yeah, where the government wants to do some complicated maneuvering that the citizens clearly do not want, right?
Well, the maneuvering is getting increasingly less complicated as time goes on.
Yeah, I am hopeful that I don't think the Russian mode of doing things is sustainable. I think that in the future, whenever people have an opportunity to live a life other than the one the Russians offer, people will take the alternative. But
it's true.
In the West, we need to work so that that alternative is good.
The problem
because
is
right now,
the big problem is that people already understand that the alternative is better. Like Georgians understand that the alternative is better. Georgians want to be in the European Union, but the Georgian dream, the party that will benefit from their cooperation with Russia, they will benefit from it. They will have a good life. They just won't care about what sort of life the citizens will lead, and that's the main crux of the problem.
I am more so speaking from the sense of, you know, the alternative is better to them because they know what it's like to be under Russia.
Yes.
I guess.
Yeah.
But there are many people in the West who, let's say, aren't as appreciative. And I wouldn't blame them for not being appreciative because you can be in the West and lead a pretty bad life. You know?
Yes.
So I think in order to prevent the Russians from gaining more like homegrown allies, it would be good if we try to fix our own problems a bit.
Yeah.
I
mean, it's like I said to people that in the US that say no funding for Ukraine until we fix this or these or those problems. But come on, the United States is strong enough to be able to conduct domestic as well as foreign policy. Okay, it's countries can tackle domestic as well as international politics at the same time.
Yeah,
there are different branches of the government to deal with these things, and different.
Yeah, and I would even say that with the case of like warfare, the United States already has like a bunch of old weapons. They're decommissioning. They're destroying.
That is the main. That is the basically the biggest. That's the aid. That is the biggest amount of the aid is those decommissioned weapons that are sent to Ukraine, only to be replaced in the U.S. domestically with newer types of equipment. Yeah.
Yeah, and that does not represent a big sacrifice. You know, if you're going to decommission something,
not by a long shot. The U.S. has spent, I believe, to date, the least amount of money than on any other past conflict. Still.
Yeah, I guess sometimes people will say, "Oh, the U.S. is given $300 million to Ukraine in military aid," and they think that means like cash, you know, like money on a blank check, but it's really not. It's like a valuation of assets. So if I give you 300 cars and each one is worth like $1,000, like you have $300,000 technically in value, but you don't have you don't have.
Also, I'm pretty sure there are also the evaluation of the equipment itself is tricky because I'm not sure how the equipment given is evaluated. Is it evaluated by how much it was worth when it was brand new equipment, or is the aid to Ukraine evaluated on the current actual value of the equipment that is being decommissioned?
I think it's cost of investment. So what they say is how much did it cost us to make it, and now we're losing it. So how much are we
Yeah, but
losing from?
so it's not at the actual real value, current value.
Yeah, no, it's not like they're selling you a new car.
Yeah,
They're giving you
because it doesn't
a
matter
used.
how much it cost them to make it. They were going to decommission it. So that's not
Yeah,
really a proper way to evaluate it, in my opinion. It should be
yeah,
just
it's
what
kind of
it's worth right
like
now, not what it was worth when it was being made.
yeah, it's kind of like if I made a car, I never used it. I want to get rid of it in order to like get a new one, and then I just give someone the new one and said, "I'm gonna give you like whatever the investment money was to put the first car together." Right? Like
Yeah,
10 years later, it's probably not gonna have,
the same
you
value.
know,
Yeah.
yeah.
So that's another aspect of the whole aid that is people just don't take into consideration.
Yeah, but all things considered, I don't think. This election has convinced me that people like us, people who are watching this stream as well, are kind of a minority within a minority, right? There are people who are interested in politics and who at the same time are high information voters. So we can't really count on people like us making the decisions because we are not the majority of people in a democracy. Most people are like living their lives and not really reading too much about politics. Someone like us matters in a position of decision making, but not in a position where we're doing, I guess, uh, fighting the battle of hearts and minds,
Right.
because it's still a very small quantity of people that is capable to listen to these arguments
Yeah.
and consume them at face value, right? And think about them and digest them. So that will always be sort of a weakness of the political video format.
Yeah.
In this sense, we need to reach out to people closer to where they are.
Yeah.
And that's
Although
what I'm
I sort of
excited.
treat this as a conduit, like what I do, I treat this as a conduit to do things in real life. I earn money by
That's good.
streaming, and then I take it and go to, for example, to Ukraine and conduct my interviews.
Yeah, that's good.
That's like
Well,
alrighty. I think we've covered the Slovakia
that's
protesting.
that's a good note to end on. I
Yeah.
think
So how
I'm
do
gonna
you
go.
feel about our conversation overall?
I feel good. I think you might have put me in a position where I will have to answer DMs about not liking certain people, but other than that, I think I'm good.
I
I
seem
will be
to
very
be
frank.
putting you in positions when you have to get into DM conversations.
Yeah,
I've
I
already done
will.
it
I will.
once.
Yeah, I will say that I like the political stream debate. I guess that's kind of like newscast for Zoomers, and that's like a good thing to have. But we do need to be more like Dylan. I guess we do need to live our truth and try to make us living our truth, living our values, right, a more central aspect of what we do. Because I don't really think that the debates change too many people's minds. We tried very hard over the course of the past year to get people to vote against Trump,
Yeah.
streaming, through mobilizing the media, right? And
Yeah.
we didn't succeed. So clearly, there has to be a change in strategy. And I think people like you and Dylan who are like getting involved with situations up close, that's kind of what's needed.
Yeah.
So I will commend that. I will say that I find that respectable, and I hope you can continue to be the best version of yourself for as long as you can.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah. With that, I'll take my leave.
Okay. Thank you
I'll
for...
leave you with your viewers so you can close your stream.
Alright, thank you.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
see you. Bye-bye.
I will... How do I... Super guest. Boom. Guest. Alright, it's been fun. Thank you all for being here. All of you who are still here. This has been like a blast from the past. And cool. And yes. And I believe... yeah. I believe that this has been like a thing. A thing that will rumble through history as a thing that has been. It makes sense? So I guess I will end stream now, since people seem to have sort of tuned out. And I will see you when it's time to see you. We'll see you when it's time. I will raid into somebody. Who should I raid into? Who should I raid into? Who is on? Ico rules. There you go. Go to Ico. There you go. I end stream. Bye bye. Also, nice try trolling from the flask.